Good morning, good afternoon. Thanks to everybody for your patience. We have been trying to successfully set up the connection for the first witness. We're still a few minutes out from having that connection fully up and running with the 360-degree camera and the interpretation set. I leave it to the tribunal and to the parties to consider options, whether one, you wish to wait a further few minutes, or if you'd rather continue to the second witness who is ready to go. Thank you, and thanks again for your patience.
All right, well, can we then discuss this with counsel?
Yes, they are present.
They are present, okay. Before we do that, as we've got a little bit of time, could I just ask Mr. Cowley a question for the benefit of the tribunal? Mr. Bidega's statement was introduced in the context of the preliminary objections. We'd be grateful if you could explain to us in what respect his statement is relevant to those objections.
I would like an opportunity to go back and revisit that. I haven't considered that for, at this point now, well over a year. So I would just like the opportunity to focus on the question before trying to answer.
All right, well, perhaps before he, there may not be time. But let's go on to the next item then, which is, do we take Mr. Mabaya straight away?
We're prepared to do either, obviously,
yes.
With the second witness available.
I've got no difficulty. I'm going to be extremely short with Mr. Mabaya, and it's probably good that he's not hanging around in the meantime.
Oh,
so
all right.
It's probably a good idea.
Let's take him straight away then.
I do have two housekeeping
Oh,
matters.
right. Let's have those.
For the tribunal's information for planning purposes and as well as respondents' counsel, claimants have determined to forego cross-examination of Emmanuel, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce his last name, Muvaru. He is on the schedule, day 7, London time, direct anticipated to start at 1:50 and cross for 30 minutes. So we provide notice that we're foregoing that cross-examination, and the witness should be notified.
Thank you.
And then lastly, a question, and I'm sorry, if I shouldn't just jump in. If Mr. Hill has any comment on that, I should pause. Lastly, a question for the tribunal. Can we ask what the intention is regarding the requirement of the parties to make advance payments, where if we're in a situation today that there's still no confirmation of payment as represented in the response, we haven't received, it could be simply a matter that everybody's busy on this proceeding, but in the typical course, Mr. Kaplan confirms receipt of everything as it comes in, and so we're just in a situation where we haven't received that information from Mr. Kaplan and making the assumption that that's because it hasn't come in yet.
I think that seems a fairly reasonable assumption. Is that right, Mr. Kaplan?
Yes, Mr. President, and I'd like to take a moment also to just say that the World Bank's fiscal year ends on June 30, and what happens as the fiscal year ends is our Treasury computer system, which is SAP, goes on what's called a freeze. So if the funds are coming in the next week, we will not get the electronic SAP confirmation that they've been deposited in the trust. However, if the respondent sends us the wire transfer That usually is something that we could provide to Treasury to help trace that in the meantime. Unfortunately, we are falling in this time of year where it's not as instantaneous, but the wire transfer confirmations hopefully may suffice. We have not responded.
Today is the day by which Rwanda said they would provide the funds, isn't it?
My understanding of correspondence is that it was today, yes.
Well, today's not over, but
Well,
I don't expect Mr. Hill's in a position to comment on this.
I'm not, but certainly Mr. Cowley is entitled to raise this, and I will find out.
Thank you. Right, may we proceed then with Mr. Mabaya?
Okay, we're going to bring the witness in now.
Thank you.
And Mr. President, while we're bringing in Mr. Mbaye, I just want to remind everyone that the interpretation channel is active. Mr. Mbaye, I believe, is testifying in French. So if you need to listen in on English, you'll need to be on the English channel. If you want to listen in on French, you'll need to be on the French channel. Just as a reminder. And lastly, before I go off, I'll note that remember the channels change every time you leave a breakout room. So I'll remind everybody if we come back from a break, we'll need to reset the interpretation channels. So I'm going to go ahead.
Actually, now that I think of it, James, excuse me, can we just ensure that the tribunal room is picking up English and not floor?
Everything I've heard so far is in English, but that's not surprising. But I haven't got anything on my laptop.
I was informed that it would come up.
James, nor do I. I don't have the translation button at the bottom of my screen.
No, none of it.
Come up later, I think, and then we select.
It will probably come up when the witness is called, but we're not in a position to tell you at the moment that all is well on this front. It's only Miss Doman, I think, who's going to be following in French.
Right.
And she's got headphones for that purpose.
Oh, hang on a minute, there's an interpretation there.
Well, we'll see when he reads
okay,
the
we found
witness
it.
declaration. But Mr. Harrison, have you seen the interpretation button?
Yeah, we've got it.
We've got it now. We've put it onto English.
Okay, great. And Mr. Harrison?
I still do not have it. I had it in testing with FTI, but I do not currently have it on my screen now.
Are there 3 dots? If you expand your Zoom application, are there 3 dots that say more?
There are not. I have participants chat, share screen, raise hand, and record.
You're dialing in on the phone?
Yeah, we're using the Polycom in the room to do audio so that Steve and I can share it.
Okay, you know what we'll need to do? Are you taking this witness?
I am.
So maybe what we can do is disconnect the phone for this particular witness and use the audio on your laptop. And then that way you'll have the interpretation channel. And you'll just have to turn up your speaker so Mr. Crowley will be able to hear.
Okay, give me one moment and I will change that. If you could just let me confirm that I've done that before we start, I would appreciate that. Apologize for the delay. Just give me one moment.
The interpretation channel does not come up on the laptop. There's no button to click on for interpretation channel.
Okay, is the IT folks there? Mike is supposed to be there.
Yeah,
Our tribunal assistant is gone to find him.
Okay.
We have not found him.
Okay, thank you for bearing with me. I now have the interpretation channel with computer audio.
All right, we have one moment. We have the tribunal is sending for their IT individual.
I think we're all right if Mr. Harrison's all right.
Yeah, it's good.
Mr. Harrison, are you happy to proceed? We'll soon
Yes.
find out if things are not going as they should.
Yes, thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. I am ready to proceed.
All right, well, let us try. Good morning, Mr. Mabaya. Can you hear me?
Bonjour, je vous entends très bien.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Good. You will have a declaration in front of you. I hope it's in French, but I suspect if it's in English, you will understand it. It's in French, that's fine. Could you please, providing you are happy with it, repeat it?
Je m'engage
I
solennellement
solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I think we're okay, Wim.
Mr. Mabaya, could you state your full name and your current employment?
Moi, je m'appelle Joseph Mbaya.
My name is Joseph Mbaya.
Le directeur de
I am the risk and security manager for the mines.
Mr. Mabaya, which mine are you referring to there?
Faites-vous référence?
Washi Mining.
And could you please briefly tell the tribunal what you were doing in Rwanda starting in 2011?
Au Rwanda,
In
j'étais
Rwanda, I was the head of traceability of the ore,
donc j'étais
and therefore I was the manager,
qui met en
the
place
person who puts in place the traceability system for ores in Rwanda. This was my role. I was the project manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mabaya. No other questions.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Mbaya, PACT is an international non-governmental organization, isn't it?
exactement.
That's correct.
And you left Rwanda in 2014, didn't you?
Effectivement.
Indeed.
And since then, other personnel have taken over your role, correct?
Exact.
That's correct.
And the staff who have been on the ground in Rwanda after 2014 will be in a good position to describe how the tagging system works in the various places in Rwanda. Yes?
Je pense que oui.
I believe so.
And they will be in a good position to describe what happens when PACT
Yes, Dominic,
discovers
you see,
problems and what actions are to be taken.
the camera. Okay.
Ah, il y a un bruit de fond ici.
There is a background noise here. The microphone speaks at the same time as you do. It's very disturbing. Can
is
you
a,
do something? Can you mute something
Yes.
so that I don't have this interference?
that is a mute original audio setting that you need to do, or someone needs to help you with.
We're logging in right now.
Okay, second.
Okay, it's quieter.
Go ahead, Mr. Hill. We should be good now.
Yes.
And the staff who are now on the ground will also be in a good position, won't they, to describe what happens when PACT discovers anomalies and what action is normally taken.
Je pense que
I
là,
think
il y a deux choses.
that there are two things here.
Le personnel,
The staff,
technique,
technical staff,
capable de le faire.
anything technical they are able to do. But
C'est dans son pays, il ne saura pas.
in its own country, it might not be able to say a certain number of things.
And the personnel who are on the ground are also in a good position to understand and comment on the increase in export levels from Rwanda after you left your job in 2014.
Est-ce que vous pouvez reposer la question?
Can you reword your question or repeat it?
Yes, the people who have taken over from you and the PACT staff are in a good position to understand and comment on the increase in export levels from Rwanda in the period after you left the job.
Oui, celui qui est là, il peut bien.
Yes, the person who's there can draft reports and normally give a report for the work being done in the field. There is no doubt about that.
Thank you, Mr. Mbaya. I have no further questions.
No further questions.
Mr. Mabaya, you've had a very brief participation in these proceedings. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Merci.
Thank you.
Have we got an update on the position as far as Mr. Bodega is concerned?
We have not heard further from Mr. Kaplan or FTI about the progress of that.
Mr. President, we are still working with Mr. Bodega in a separate breakout room. They are having some issues with connectivity. We do have the next witness available in the waiting room, Mr. Bartholomew. I have to send him a message to make sure he's in front of the computer, but he was already tested and was in, and he's in the waiting room waiting.
Thank you. Well, unless counsel have any objection, it would seem sensible to proceed with him. Very well. Could he be
No
invited?
objection. I'm gonna sign off again.
Yes. Could he be invited to join us?
Yes, one moment, we're bringing him in.
Turn your computer the volume off.
Hello, Mr. Bartholomew, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Bartholomew.
Good
You
morning.
will have on your screen a declaration which,
Merci,
if you
bonjour.
are happy. Are you happy to repeat the declaration on your screen, please?
Quel écran? Pour l'instant, j'ai rien.
For the moment, I've got nothing. What screen?
On one side, I don't have any. Oh, okay. Déclaration du témoin. Je m'engage
Okay.
solennellement
Declaration of the witness. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Mr. Bartholomew, could you state your full name and your current employment?
Oui,
Yes.
je suis Christophe
My
Barthélémy.
name is Christophe Barthélémy, Christian name and surname, and I'm a project manager for agro-industrial projects.
Mr. Bartholomew, could you please turn off the TV in the background?
Bien sûr.
Certainly.
Thank you. Do you recall that you submitted a witness statement in relation to this case?
Tout à fait.
Quite.
J'ai soumis une attestation de
I presented a witness statement.
And have you had a chance to review that witness statement?
Oui, j'ai
Yes.
la version sur mon
and
écran.
I have a version on my screen.
Are there any corrections that you feel you need to make to your witness statement?
Non, je
No.
n'ai aucune correction à apporter à cette.
No correction to be done.
Could you just tell the tribunal briefly what you were doing when you were in Rwanda?
J'étais le directeur général.
I was the general manager of a company called Phoenix Metal, which was both a mineral trader, and I was also recruited to boost back in activity the only foundry of the region of the Great Lakes.
Pour respecter, excusez-moi,
In order, let me complete my answer, in order to comply with a Dodd-Frank law concerning the traceability of minerals or ore.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. No further questions.
Mr. Bartholomew, you were the managing director of Phoenix Metals, as you've said, yes?
Tout à fait. Et j'avais.
And you say.
And forgive me.
And you say in your witness statement that Phoenix closed its operations in Rwanda in 2017 after a dispute with the Rwandan government. Can you be shown paragraphs 34 and 35 of Mr. Gattare's witness statement? Mr. Gattare explains that Phoenix did not close their business in Rwanda because of a dispute with the government of Rwanda. They closed their business because they failed to repay a loan to I&M Bank, which was secured by a pledge over their tin smelter. Phoenix had bought the smelter from the government in 2002 and had received a license to produce and export smelted tin of at least 95% content. But for the entire 15 years, from 2002 to 2017, they never operated the smelter, but rather traded in raw cassiterite, which they did not have a license for. In 2017, the government sought to regularize the position and advised Phoenix to separate the smelting business instead of trading raw cassiterite by applying for a trading license as required by law. Phoenix did not do so and instead closed down its trading business. In late 2017, I&M Bank, to whom Phoenix had pledged the smelter as security for a loan to support its trading business, enforced its security against the smelter following Phoenix's failure to repay its outstanding loan. And that fairly summarizes the position, doesn't it?
Cela est un résumé de la situation.
This is a summary of the situation without explaining the reasons why.
Well, I'll move on. You made a suggestion in your witness statement about different levels of capital investment in mining by different mining companies. Now, do you recall that Mr. Immoner was the state minister for mining? Yes?
Oui, Monsieur Evode
Yes,
Imena.
And
Evode
in that,
Imena, indeed.
And in that capacity, he would have had seen and had access to applications from all mining companies and status updates from mining companies, wouldn't he?
Tout à fait.
Quite.
And he would be in a good position and a better position than you to know accurately the levels of investment by the different mining companies, correct?
Là-dessus, je ne saurais répondre.
Well, I can't answer such a question because on the one hand, you have a minister representing a government that uses services and their teams. And us on our side as traders, we would carry out due diligences that enabled us to see what was happening in each of the artisanal or semi-industrial mines that were our clients.
Now, you deal in paragraph 12 of your witness statement with an incident where you explain about receiving some white coltan, and you suggested that it did not appear there were real consequences. But in fact, as the person who is head of PACT explains, the company concerned was suspended following an investigation. Did you realize that?
Pourrais-je voir le paragraphe 12, s'il vous
Can
plaît?
you show me paragraph 12, please? Because this is not the recollection that I have of this incident.
Yes. So it's your witness statement, paragraph 12. You say you had received white coltan mixed with black coltan. You asked ITRI to investigate. You explain about options being given to you. You return the minerals to the miner. And then you say it did not appear that illegal traders faced real consequences. And the person who is in charge of PACT has explained that in that incident you refer to, the company did face real consequences because it was suspended following an investigation.
Ce n'est pas ce qui s'est passé.
This is not what occurred, as I remember it. I received a mixed coltan with 80% white and 20% black coltan. The white one is highly radioactive and non-magnetic. The other one is not very magnetic nor radioactive. The black one is found only in Rwanda, while the white one comes only from DRC. So it means that this mix was or it was illegal. So when I carried out my analysis as trader, because I had a laboratory within my premises, I detected this coltan, and I couldn't export it for two reasons. First, it didn't comply with the traceability rules, and secondly, when you send coltan abroad, when it's received, there are radioactivity tests that are carried out, and in this regard, it would have been refused. So that's why I told ITRI there was a problem. There was 1 ton in storage for 1.5 years. There were no reactions right up until the time when the client said to me, "You're going to have to buy my coltan." And I said, "No, this coltan is being observed." And I'd kept it in store at the request of ITRI. And after 1.5 years, I said, "What should I do with this coltan?" They were very embarrassed. And they said to me, well, that I should, or that I could sell it, but at my own risk. And since I complied with traceability, I said, if I don't sell it, what should I do with it? Well, in that case, they said, send it back to the supplier. That's exactly what I did. After that, I don't know at all whether the supplier was sanctioned or not, because from memory, I didn't see that in the reports of the ITRI incidents. But this last statement that is my memory. But for the rest, it's my memory, but I'm absolutely certain of it. Sorry.
Just dealing with the mixing of white coltan and black coltan, it's right, isn't it, that in 2013, a number of traders were suspended for that mixing issue? Yes?
Ça, je n'en ai pas connaissance.
I have no knowledge of that. I only dealt with what was happening at Phoenix Metals, and I made sure that we comply with traceability rules.
And it's right also, isn't it, that the number of Chinese buyers reduced after 2011 when the ITRI system was introduced, correct?
Ce n'est pas la perception que j'en ai.
This is not the perception that I have of it. When I arrived in 2011, yes, and in Rwanda, for this mission of the implementation of traceability for the foundry and also to pursue the trading activities. And I completed my mission at the end of 2016. So I didn't know the period when Phoenix Metal was not capable of reimbursing its loan. But what I did see between 2011 and 16, and I'm speaking from memory, is that there were approximately 50 traders in the country, with approximately 30% of foreign ore trading companies, mainly European, and 66%, well, 1/3, 2/3 of local traders. Now, following the implementation of the ITRI and the traceability system, what happened is that there was an implementation when we went to the meetings organized by the mining ministry and Mr. Evod Emena in particular, the minister. I could see a lot of Asian faces coming in, both on mines and training systems. And from memory, if memory serves, in 2015 or 14, I don't have the exact recollection, the Minister for Mine wanted to restructure the mining sector because it seemed a little too disorganized in terms of trading because of the multiplication of the trading companies. 50 trading companies for, let's say, the volume of extracted ore that didn't work. What I did note is that extractions of ore between 2012, 13, 14, and even in 2014, statistics had it that Rwanda was the first exporter of coltan in the world. And this didn't match reality in the field.
You're moving away from my question now, Mr. Bartholomew. So just focus on my question.
Parce que pour moi, c'est la...
Yes, but for me, I saw an increase of exports, or rather a reduction. There was a reduction after that because ITRI authorized the traceability of ores in the Republic of Congo.
Now, I'm going to change topic now and ask you about paragraphs 16 to 20 of your witness statement, where you give evidence about the tender process for NRD's former concessions in 2016. Now, what you seem to say in your evidence is that in order to hide the fact that investors behind NRD were tendering, you coordinated a bid behind a third-party company, and you made a tender through that company. Yeah, that's what you say in your witness statement, yes? Summarizing it.
Oui, vous avez raison.
Yes, you're right.
And what was the name of that company?
Vraiment, là, je ne m'en souviens pas.
Well, quite frankly, I don't remember. I had several clients. I remember the gentleman. He was an elderly gentleman, very pleasant, spoke good French, but I can't remember the name of his company. But I did use that third party because it seemed, following the explanations that I obtained from Malagé, that they were blacklisted.
But you can't remember the name of the company that tendered?
Non, je n'ai pas souvenir du nom de la société.
No, I don't have that recollection.
You say that you tendered for all the concession areas that had previously been NRD's concession areas, yes?
Non.
No.
Nous avons, après réflexion...
After we thought about it, we only bid for 2 out of the 5.
Which ones?
Je ne me rappelle pas des noms parce que
I don't remember the names because this is information, you know, once you no longer deal with them, I'm dealing with different things now. But anyway, there were 2 zones where there was coltan on the one hand and tungsten and cassiterite on the other. From memory, there were 5 concessions and we'd worked on the best two that were of interest to NARDI. NRD.
And you then say you were told not to tender and stopped bidding, and you suggest you stopped bidding in late April or early May 2016. Or was that, sorry, Mr. Marshall suggests you stopped bidding in late April or early May 2016. Yes?
Je n'ai pas la souvenir des dates exactes. Je suis
I
désolé.
don't have a recollection of the exact dates. I'm sorry. This is not something that I have in mind.
Ce que je sais, c'est que nous avons soumissionné avant
What I do know is that we put in a bid before the end of the closure of the bidding period.
Can you go to R133? This is an evaluation report from the evaluation committee for the tenders dated 24th of May 2016, following the committee's evaluation, which had taken place between 3rd and 17th of May. You go to page 1, you can see that the former concessions on the right-hand column have been subdivided into 20 perimeters across 2 categories. If FTI could show more of the page, please. So there were the former concessions subdivided into 20 perimeters across 2 categories. Can you recall now what perimeters you're suggesting you tendered for?
Est-ce que je peux regarder dans mes données informatiques sur mon ordinateur?
Am I allowed to look up things in my computer?
I think probably partly for time and partly for the process, I'm going to say no. I'm going to ask you to do your best from your memory, if that's all right.
Non, vraiment.
No, really. I run the risk of talking nonsense. In my head, member means something, rings a bell.
Now, if you look at the bottom of that page, you'll see that bidders were given until 20th of April 2016 to lodge in their technical and financial proposal. Do you see that?
Oui, ça, oui, je vois, oui.
And
yes, that I can see.
And if you go to page 2 of this document, you'll see the list of applicants. And there was no tender from any company represented by you or Mr. Marshall, was there?
Tout à fait, il n'y en a aucune. En
Well, that's
revanche,
quite right. This being said,
je me souviens du nom de Bizio.
I remember the name Bizio.
And then if you go down to page 3, you can see the exercise that was undertaken in respect of the tenders that were received. You can see at the bottom of the page, there is an element of financial evaluation. You see under technical, I'm going to take it slowly because of a translation. technical and financial proposal evaluation in the heading. And then it says financial evaluation was carried out with the highest proposal investment commitments getting all the points for budget on the criteria, whereas other bidders getting marks in comparison to the highest bidder as per the bid document's instructions. Financial, then it explains about currency conversion. And then there were 8 elements evaluated. Mine development with 5 marks, further mineral exploration plan and estimated budget, 3 marks, mineral beneficiation plan with estimated budget, 3 marks, approach to value addition, 5 marks, CSR plan and budget, 2 marks, plan and estimated budget for infrastructure development within the perimeter, 3 marks, environmental management plan and estimated budget, 3 marks, employment plan of the company and planned employment compensation, 2 marks. One moment, Mr. Bartholomew. And if you go on to the next page of the document, you can see that there was criteria set in the bidding document, plus elements for the evaluation. And underneath that, it explains under each of those 8 categories, the elements evaluated by the committee. You see that? And then on the back of that process, the committee selected the winning tender. Do you see that?
Oui, je vois, oui.
Yes, I do.
So it was a public tender with a defined evaluation process, correct?
Je n'avais pas connaissance de ce document.
I was not aware of this document, but it was a public tender.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. I have no further questions.
Merci, monsieur.
Mr.
Thank you, sir.
Bartholomew, do you recall at the outset of your testimony, you were shown paragraphs 34 and 35 of Mr. Guattari's witness statement? And if I get up FTI, put those back up.
Oui, je me souviens, oui.
Yes, I do recall that.
And Mr. Hill asked you if this was a fair summary. Excuse me, Mr. Hill asked you if this was I think a fair reading of the events, to which you responded that it was a summary, but without explaining the reasons why. Do you recall that?
Tout à fait.
Absolutely.
Could you explain the reasons why?
Les raisons pour lesquelles Phoenix Metal,
The reasons for which Phoenix Metal bid for the smelting plant required meeting some prerequisites in order to operate the smelting plant. It works 24/7. As soon as you stop the smelting plant, for instance, because of power supply problems, the liquid that's at the bottom of the blast furnace hardens, and then it takes 3 weeks to clean out the furnace. This is why it's important to always have a consistent supply of power. That's one thing. On the other hand, the plant could treat between 14 and 18 tons of ore per day. This was roughly the production of Rwanda's production of cassiterite at the time. So there were discussions between the government and Phoenix Metal in order to put in place protection so cassiterite would not be exported, that it would be exported not as ore, but as ingots. So the first prerequisite to be made was electricity supply. Second prerequisite, control system on cassiterite. And the third condition, it was necessary to get a certification under the Dodd-Frank law for audit purposes. It makes it possible to audit stocks and the accounts of the company that is going to operate with the mineral with 1 or 2 years of precedent. And for this part, we were in the final stage of the audit, which was being conducted by a French auditor who was based in San Francisco. So we were 80% of the way through the audit, and we had even succeeded in getting an authorization to conduct a test in the presence of this auditor in order to export 10 tons of tin ingots based on the stocks. This is why Phoenix Metal, lacking the financial resources, was not able to go all the way because the power supply issue was not resolved. I think it has been resolved now because there's other means of electricity production, for instance, solar and oil and gas coming from the lake that's close by. And then there was a problem to secure the supply of raw materials. So on these 2 points, we needed governmental support. Discussions had started in 2011 when I arrived, and when I left in 2016, had yet to be resolved.
FTI, if you could bring up paragraph 20 of Mr. Bartholomew's witness statement. Mr. Bartholomew, could you explain what you mean here in the first line, that we were told not to tender? Excuse me, later we were told not to tender?
Alors, lorsque j'ai proposé
when I proposed to the third-party company to bid on all of the NRD concessions, that person who was acquainted on a personal basis with some of the members of government told me there's no point in bidding for all of the mines because in any event, they will not be re-granted to a single company. And that's why we focused on 2 concessions rather than going for all of them. But this information came from an external person who led us to reach this decision not to bid for all of the concessions. On the other hand, I did not mention, or maybe it's not properly translated, I did not mention the Ministry of Defense. Currently in Rwanda, you have an engineering office which is directly under the president's office, and the managers there are high-ranking military under Ngili. And this engineering office is what makes it possible to move forward or to make things move forward. So Maybe this reference in Gali was then translated as the Ministry of Defense, but I certainly did not refer to the Ministry of Defense, but it might have been in Gali.
No further questions.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barthélemy.
Merci. C'est fini pour moi.
I thank you.
C'est fini pour vous.
Am I finished?
Donc je peux fermer l'ordinateur.
May I then
Bien sûr.
turn the computer off and go back to watching TV? Thank you.
Right, are we now in a position to proceed with Mr. Bidega?
I understand that we are.
We're going to bring him back in, and we may need a minute, but while we're here, I'm going to bring him back in and just to make sure his IT person is standing by.
Yes, we are departing from the agreed timetable, which had proposed a break at this stage. I would quite like to have half an hour of Mr. Bidega before we break to have a more balanced day, if the parties are agreeable.
Just a reminder that Mr. Bidega is going to be testifying in Kirin, Rwanda. So please stay on the English channel if you obviously are a native English speaker. Bringing him in
Thank you.
now. We're sending a request to start his video, this is not one of our systems, so unfortunately we don't have the ability to log in and control it. Mr. Bidega, if you can hear us, can you please unmute yourself and turn your camera on, please?
Seems I hear him on the Kenya Rwanda channel.
I think they're just translating. Mr. President, it looks like, oh, wait a minute. I see they've unmuted themselves. Mr. Bidega, can you hear me?
Huh?
Mr. Bidega,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I think you can hear now. James, I think that Mr. Bidega is all right now.
Okay. Excellent. So I will go off. Actually, can we quick test Mr. Bidega? I'm speaking on the English channel. Is my voice being translated to you?
Yeah. That translation.
I'm not hearing anything back from the interpreters on the English channel.
Mr. Bidega doesn't seem to be getting, I know there is something coming. Yeah, James, just a moment, please.
Yes.
Yes, can you make sure he is on the, in interpretation, he is on the Kenya Rwanda channel, please?
Senior channel.
Okay. No, no.
So we go to, okay, I have seen it.
Anyway,
Mr. Bodega, can you hear me?
go.
And am I being translated?
Yes, I can hear you, he says.
Okay, I will go off camera and mute myself, Mr. President.
And additionally, can Mr. Bodega please be alone in the room if he's being assisted? That assistance is no longer required during the testimony, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's
Yes, he's out. Mr. Videga is alone now.
Right, let us proceed. Mr. Bidega, you should have on your screen a declaration.
that one. Yes, I see that.
Could you please read that out?
Jewe Videga. Videga. Jewe I, Videga Dominic, do solemnly swear upon my honor and in conscience that I will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bodega.
Yes.
Can you please identify the former position you held with the Rwanda Geology and Mines Authority and explain what period of time you worked there?
Yes. When OGMR, when I worked for OGMR, I was director for regulations. In that mining organization. And I started with OGMR, and before then I worked for others in Gatumba location and in other mining companies before they were abolished.
What period of time did you work for? Well, let me stop that question. I apologize. Ask him this question first so it's clear. Does OGMR stand for the Rwanda Geology and Mines Authority?
Yeah, that's correct.
Over what period of time were you employed by OGMR?
I was employed by OGMR until it changed What I mean is that I was employed in that authority until 2011 because I was tired. I wanted to take a break. So I requested that I leave my position.
If I could ask FTI to bring up C207 and go to page 89 of that PDF. Mr. Bodega, if I could ask the translator to read to Mr. Bodega the email exchange on that page.
The interpreter is going to interpret what's written on the page. That's correct.
May I intervene a moment? Mr. Bodega, these are communications in English. Did you type them in English?
That's correct. I wrote them.
Well, I suggest there's no need for the interpreter to interpret them.
Thank you. The date of your email at the top of this page is December 13, 2011. Were you still employed with OGMR on that date?
Oh yeah.
No. I had resigned because I was tired.
During the year 2011, did you have conversations with Roderick Marshall about the draft contract that is a version or a draft is attached to this email? If you could scroll down, FTI, to show him.
That's correct. During that time,
and those conversations,
I was free.
Sorry. The conversations with Mr. Marshall about a draft contract for a license for NRD began when you were, did they begin when you were still employed by OGMR?
Oh yeah.
No.
No further questions.
Mr. President, will you just give me a moment to consider whether I have any questions in light of the evidence in chief? Mr. President, I know you did say you wanted half an hour, but this has had quite an impact on the questions I was going to ask, and I wonder if I could just take the break.
We'll take the half an hour now. There's one question I would like to ask Mr. Cowley to help us with, and that is the process by which statements that we have in English were taken from foreign language witnesses. Perhaps at a convenient moment you can help us with that.
Well, I can answer that question with regard to this witness now, I believe.
It might be fair to let the witness go and this
Certainly.
Mr. Cowley to deal without the witness.
Okay, Mr. Bodega, we are going to put you in a waiting room. If you could just stay in front of your computer, and I will send the staff there an email about the status. Okay.
Yego.
All right.
All right. He has been moved out of the meeting.
Thank you.
So
yes, Mr. Cowley.
The drafts of the affidavit or witness statement, excuse me, we forwarded to Olivier. Please help me with pronunciation. Ramasawabo, another witness in Kigali, who informed us he engaged a translator, and we did not work directly with the translator. We sent the draft and received back the draft and the execution version through Mr. Olivier, but Mr. Ramaswamy, but we were told that he was working through a translator so that what Mr. Bodega had, he was reading in his natural language. That's what we understood.
And the drafts were prepared on the basis of discussions that counsel had with the witnesses, is that it?
The discussions, I believe, were, I wasn't involved in the discussion, but I believe the discussions were aided by Mr. Olivier Ramaswamy connecting us so that we could talk and being present to answer questions about what words meant, but that the idea was we would send what we understood he said to him in a draft. It would be translated and we waited to get back.
Yes, thank you.
It was not one single event, in other words. It wasn't one call in a document.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Cowley. We'll break for half an hour.
Just waiting for Mr. Hill. Just a reminder to everybody to make sure to choose the appropriate interpretation channel. Sometimes when you come out of Zoom, it throws you into the off or floor channel. So please choose English if you're a native English speaker. And I will go off camera and wait to hear from you when to bring the witness in, Mr. President.
Well, just to be clear, it won't be necessary. I've looked through the statement in the light of the evidence and I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
I'm not sure there can be, can there, Mr. President?
1 second, I have not
done any cross.
1 second.
Well, there was a little bit of cross. Sorry.
No, there wasn't any cross. No, I had no cross at all. So, so re-examination doesn't arise.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask. I did not hear what you said because unfortunately I followed the instruction of FTI to check the correct channel, which turned off Mr. Hill. So I saw that he was talking. I heard nothing. And I truly apologize, but can I hear what you said?
I will repeat it. I'm not going to ask questions in cross-examination of this witness in light of the evidence that emerged in chief. And as I submitted to the tribunal, that means no re-examination arises.
I understand. I'm not making an argument. I was just intervening to let you know I hadn't heard anything, and I appreciate you repeating it and having the patience with me. May I make a request, Mr. President?
You may.
I will only go into the details you would like, and none if necessary. So I leave that to you in terms of the background. But the request is, and I say this with a great meaning and true sincerity, the surprise that we just experienced leads me to ask for what I know is a highly unusual request in the middle of a hearing. But I would like an instruction and a direction to Rwanda to produce the internal personnel record for Mr. Badega only to the extent it discloses the dates of employment, when he was hired, if he took leave, disclose it. And if not, if it's like many employees, date of hire, date of resignation or fire, date of termination. But we would like the official employment record just to say when he was an employee of OMGR, produced by Rwanda. And I understand it's a very special request. I can justify it or explain it only to the extent the tribunal thinks it's necessary, and then I will.
Well, we will obviously resist that. It looks like Mr. Kelly is seeking to impugn his own witness, which he cannot do. The witness has given evidence, which is very clear, of the capacity in which he considered he was acting, in which he commented on drafts and so on for Mr. Marshall. So none of this even arises, and on both those grounds, we would resist that.
Well, if I may be heard, I'm the question of whether this is our witness or whether he's now speaking for someone else is exactly why I would like to ask this. And again, I'll go into the details with the tribunal. I do not want to bias or prejudice or suggest, anything in advance of what the tribunal asked for, but I can assure you, I can explain and justify why this is very shocking to hear today. And it is in that regard that I don't accept that he's still our witness. I do not accept that circumstances have not changed dramatically, and the agency, for lack of a better term, and that's not necessarily a great term when you're talking about employment, because I'm using it very differently, but the agency in which he just testified is very much in question. And before I get ahead of anything, this very basic request, because I will point out to the tribunal, it cannot be unknown to Rwanda whether or not he was an employee on these days. And in multiple ways, it has never been the position of the respondent that he was not an employee at the time of these emails. They have taken other positions attacking the weight we assign the emails, and I'm not suggesting they've agreed or admitted or waived what we say the effect of the emails are, but having attacked it from numerous sides in terms of an argument, the one glaring pointed omission is an argument that he was not, in fact, who we said he was when those emails were sent. He was not the director of that office, as his signature block says, essentially. And so, again, I recognize the highly unusual request, and I'm suggesting that there are even more highly unusual circumstances that we think justify it, and the simplicity with which it could be produced and the lack of burden with which it could be produced. And in one easy production, the truth of the matter will be on the table for all to see and no one to argue about. And then we can address with that truth what just happened and what should be done about it.
Well, again, I submit this is clearly a fishing expedition. If what he's suggesting is that there's some grounds to declare his witness hostile, Mr. Kelly is fishing and doesn't begin to have the grounds for that.
We're not going to make any ruling on this at the moment. We're now going to have respondents' witnesses. Mr. Conway, you can consider your position, but there'll be a number of witnesses who will be susceptible to having questions asked about this matter if you are so advised.
I'm sorry, that was directed at me?
Yes.
Yeah, well, then I would like to ask for a recess in the proceedings before any further witnesses testify, before any further expense is put in taking testimony only to risk having to come back and retake it, that the parties quickly address in writing. What we intend to file is a written request, and I will submit to the tribunal. Apparently it's necessary if the respondent is going to resist producing this information on the very formalistic grounds of how we came here. I will explain why where we are today is not at all like where we're less than 7 days ago. And I will ask the tribunal to require that the information be put on the table, because I believe it is not a question of the formality of how one asks questions and the mere limited issue of whether I could ask cross-examination questions of Mr. Bodega. But the real question is whether there's been witness tampering and whether there's been something significant done to change testimony that was twice over confirmed, most recently less than 7 days ago. So this is, again, highly unusual, but I assure you, quite shocking circumstance that we're in. So I would like to make the request. And if the
Mr. Conway, I suggest that you make this request in writing and that you give the respondents an opportunity to respond to it, and we will then consider it.
Can we pick up the hearings and the testimony of the remaining witnesses on Monday and give us the opportunity to submit that writing today? It would avoid any waste and unnecessary expense that would further entrench the parties in positions.
In my submission, this would just add to the expense. This arbitration should not be derailed. Can I just record my particular concern at a submission just made by Mr. Cowley, where he purported to tell the tribunal what he thinks the witness would have said or may have said on some previous privileged occasion, which is utterly inappropriate and an attempt to prejudice the tribunal. And that shouldn't have happened. Now, in my submission, we should just get on with the arbitration, and Mr. Cowley should take up the president's invitation of putting in a written application if he sees fit.
If we're going to make a submission, we need the day to do it. We need to stop and be able to submit it.
We're going to retire into our private room for 5 minutes.
All right, I'm going to open up the breakout rooms. Okay. Are the let me go to the off channel. French interpreters, are you on?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. We're here.
Can you hear us?
We are, but it depends on the
Sorry.
channel you're
Oh,
in.
sorry. I'm on the English. What I'd like to do real quick is I'm going to quickly bring in the witness and make sure this witness is going to be speaking in French. Just make sure we're good to go. And then I'll put him back in the waiting room. Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bosco, you mean? No.
Rupaya?
Kanika? Rupia, yeah.
Rupia? Okay.
Yeah. Very good. Yep.
Okay, hello, Mr. Rupia, could you please take your seat? Here we go. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, let me see. Is my words being translated to you in French?
S'il vous plaît. Bonjour.
Bonjour. To the interpreters, I'm not hearing any
Oui, je vous
interpretation.
entends.
He can hear us, so apparently it's okay. We're speaking to him on the English channel.
Okay, no problem, Alex. Can you let him know that we are going to put him in the waiting room? He just has to stay in the chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So he's here. He's heard us, and it's okay with him.
Excellent, thank you. Sorry, Alex, these
Welcome.
people, some of these folks are getting off their chairs and wandering. So, all right, I'm going to close the breakout room.
Tribunal has considered your application. We see no justification for interrupting the proceedings at this point, and remain of the view that you should make your application in writing in the manner directed.
And if it impacts the decision of the respondent, whether they would have cross-examined if we're allowed to, in the possibility that the employment record is ordered to be produced and it's part of the evidence before the tribunal, presumably that might impact a decision whether to cross-examine on the substance of the other aspects of his witness statement. And so I would just ask the tribunal to consider in advance, rather than address later, whether this witness has to be found and brought back in those circumstances, or that the respondent will have to stick with its decision to be done.
Well, in the extremely remote scenario where this arises, in my submission, if we have to take a witness out of order, we may have to do that. And if I have to revisit that decision, we may have to do that. But this is most unlikely to arise, and I respectfully submit we should move on.
Yes, we will proceed, please.
Okay, Mr. President, we'll bring in the next witness. Just a reminder to everybody, this witness will be testifying in French, so we'll need to make sure you're on the appropriate interpretation channel. We're bringing the witness in right now.
Thank you. What? We have a declaration on the screen, but it's a declaration for an expert witness.
My apologies.
I can see why, because this gentleman is a professor. Professor Rupia, do you see the witness declaration on the screen in front of you?
Oui, je la vois.
Would you
Yes, I
please,
can.
would you please read it out?
Je m'engage solennellement
I solemnly swear on my honor and conscience to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Je vous en prie.
You're welcome.
Professor Rupia, you were a geologist.
Monsieur le professeur, vous étiez géologue.
Employed by National
Oui, je suis
Resources
géologue.
Development
I still
Rwanda
am, yeah.
as chief geologist. Is that right?
Oui, j'ai été géologue en chef.
I was a geologist in chief at NRD. Today, I am retired.
And is it right you were the chief geologist between February 2008 and February 2012 at NRD?
C'est exact.
That is correct.
Thank you. If you wait there, Mr. Harrison will ask you some questions.
Mr. Rupaya, actually, if I could first have FTI bring up the second witness statement, page 3, at the bottom, paragraph 11. Mr. Rupaya, here you list activities in 2008 that you state did not occur on behalf of NRD. Is that correct? Mr. Rupaya, I should have started, I suppose. Can you read the English that's on the screen, or do you need the English translated?
Je peux lire l'anglais aussi.
I can read English.
Okay, thank you.
Qu'est-ce que vous
So
me demandez?
going back to my
exactement?
question, you see
What
here,
was the question?
you can see here at paragraph 11, you are identifying activities in 2008 that you state that NRD did not engage in, correct?
Par exemple, l'étude environnementale de
The Mara environmental study, I must say, I do not recall having seen that study at all. At 11.2, regarding the opening of new sites, in 2008, no sites were opened. Activities were conducted in mines that were owned by REDMI. On 11.3, the building of houses and offices, what was done was mostly to rehabilitate existing houses that were also left behind by Redemi. Now, regarding 11.4 donations, if there were any, I was not aware of any.
And FDI, if you could put the witness statement on the left, if it's possible to have the 2 pages in the left pane, I don't know if that's possible. And if you could pull up C147 on the right. Mr. Rapaya, you're pulling the information here in paragraph 11 from this document, correct? That's been identified at C147, and that's the citation at footnote 2 in your witness statement, correct?
Oui.
That is correct.
Okay. So if we look at and confirming, you started in 2008, correct?
Oui.
That's correct.
So if we look at the table in 2008, you would agree with me then that NRD continued field work, geological and tectonic mapping, right?
Oui.
Yes.
Oui.
And you would agree with me that there was sampling ongoing in 2008?
Oui, effectivement.
Indeed, there was sampling conducted in 2008.
And you agree that there was the construction of research shafts in 2008?
Je me souviens pas de nouveau.
Look, I'm not sure that new shafts were actually built, but there were rehabilitation of existing shafts which were threatening to collapse.
And similarly, there was rehabilitation of tunnels?
Des tunnels ont été réfectionnés.
Tunnels were also rehabilitated in Nemba, I believe.
And in the bottom left of the 2008 section, it states environmental activities. So you agree with me that environmental activities were being undertaken by NRD?
NRD en a réalisé.
Well, yes, NRD conducted environmental activities afterwards, but what I do not know, I mean, work was conducted, but I didn't see any billing for this.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. You didn't see any what for this?
Any billing.
And you agree then as well that that NRD began semi-industrial work, which is identified.
Sorry, I was saying that work. Sorry, the witness is repeating himself. I was saying that work was conducted. The amount, I do not know how much was billed for it.
And Mr. Rapaya, you agree then that in 2008, NRD began semi-industrial works, is that correct?
En 2008.
Well, in 2008, machines were purchased, a bulldozer, a crane, a few crushing machines for ore.
And Mr. Rapaya, it sounds like you believe that the purchase of bulldozers, a crane and crushers are the beginnings of industrialization for mining. Is that correct?
Oui, c'était
Yes.
un début.
It was the beginning of of such activity.
So FTI, on his witness statement, if you could scroll down to paragraph 12. Actually, I'm sorry, if you could not blow that up, because I'm going to have you scroll down on the other document as well to the 2009 section. Mr. Rapaya, in your witness statement with respect to 2009, you identify what appear to be 2 items that were not conducted in 2009 from the list on the right, correct?
S'il vous plaît.
Excuse me?
Voulez-vous répéter?
I'll rephrase the question.
You repeat.
In paragraph 12 of your witness statement, you identify that the construction of new shafts and donations teams of doctors sent to Rwanda were not done in 2009, correct?
En réalité, il n'y a pas eu de nouveaux puits.
Well, there were new shafts. There were no new shafts. Most of the extraction work and mining was conducted in existing shafts that may have led to the opening of new galleries.
So you understand that the shafts that were being opened could lead to further tunneling to identify additional resources to mine? Is that right?
Je peux dire plutôt, au lieu de dire tunnel,
Rather than saying tunnels, I would say it's just the continuity of what was already there.
So in 2009, you agree that dams were built in the Spalena River?
Oui, il y a des barrages qui ont été construits sur la rivière Spalena.
Yes, some dams were built on the Spalena River.
And you agree that there was improvements in road access in order to access the Spalena and Gisiye concessions, correct?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the interpreter speaking. I did not hear the beginning of your question because it overlapped with his answer. Could you please repeat it?
And you would agree.
I'm sorry, excuse me, if it overlapped with his answer, we'd like to have the answer before the question's asked.
I apologize, I misunderstood the interpreter.
This is the interpreter speaking. Shall I, what would you like me to do? Maybe you could ask the question again.
I think that would be a good idea. Could you put the question again?
Yes, of course. I'm just looking back at the question. Mr. Rapaya, you agree that there was improvement to the road access in order to, let me rephrase that. You agree that there was improvement to the road infrastructure in order to access the Spalena and Gisiye concessions?
Pour Spalena, oui.
For Spalena, yes. For Nemba, it wasn't much of anything. Most of the work was done in the Western concession, Sebeya, Rutsira, and Gichiye. Some bridges were rehabilitated and roads repaired.
And you agree in 2009 there was the opening of new mining sites, correct?
De nouveaux sites miniers. En réalité, ce sont
In
des
fact, these are the old mines that continue to be operated. There were no new operations or no new mining sites.
Well, Mr. Rapai, that's not something you included in your witness statement, right? That the line item for opening new sites was an activity not done in 2009, correct?
Si je ne l'ai pas dit, c'est parce que
If
cela
I
ne m'a-
didn't say it, it's because the question wasn't put to me.
Mr. Rapai, this was the document you reviewed in order to prepare your witness statement, correct?
Mr. Harrison, I was just looking at the supplemental statement 11.2.
Yes, and I'm in, thank you, Mr. President. I'm in paragraph 12, which deals with the entries for 2009.
Right.
Mr. Rapaya, this document C-147 formed the basis of this part in paragraph 12 of your second witness statement, right?
Il est exact, c'est ma déclaration.
Yes, that is correct. It is my statement.
You had time to review C-147 before you prepared your witness statement?
Le document qui est à droite
The document on the right-hand side is a document that I was familiar with in connection with the request for renewal, the application for renewal.
And you reviewed this particular document in preparation for drafting your second witness statement, correct?
Ce document de droite, je le
The
connaissais.
document on the right is a document that I was familiar with since 2010 when it was drafted.
Mr. Rapai, you agree in 2009 that there was the continuation of semi-industrial works on behalf of NRD?
Je viens de vous dire que c'était le début.
As I just said, it was the beginning, but it did not continue.
One of the items on here, Mr. Rapaya, is the purchase of 3 compressors. What are those compressors used for?
Ces compresseurs ont servi à
These
alimenter
compressors were used to provide compressed air, the shaft in Nemba, and the other compressor was in Mara, but there was no flexible, that is, no hose in order to use it, so it was not used at all.
M'avez-vous compris?
Have you understood my answer?
Yes, I was just taking a moment to get to the next question. Mr. Pai, I'm going to ask FTI to move down to 2010. And this might span 2 pages.
And it would be helpful to do those pages consecutively for screen space.
Okay. So, Mr. Rapaya, for 2010, you would agree. Can we just pull up 147 then and hide the witness statement for a moment? So, Mr. Rapaya, you would agree that in 2010, construction of the Route Zero plant continued?
La construction a eu lieu effectivement.
The construction did take place. It was a ore treatment plant in Route Zero. Yes, I can confirm that.
And NRD continued to update the infrastructure by building roads, correct?
Je ne me souviens plus si en 2010.
I don't recall whether in 2010 the repair work on the roads continued. I know that in 2008, perhaps in 2009 that was so, but in 2010 I don't believe so.
And if infrastructure work on the roads was not done in 2010, it's something you would have included in your witness statement, correct?
Je me souviens plus de. Je sais qu'il y a eu des routes réparées.
I don't recall. I know that there was some repair work, but I don't know if in 2010 there were some roads still being repaired. I don't remember.
Mr. Pai, your witness statement for the 2010 time period, which is based on this document, does not identify the absence of road repair work. And so if this was something that you thought did not occur, you would have, in fact, included that on your witness statement, correct?
Vous savez, ça passe, il y a du temps que cela a été fait, on peut oublier.
This is quite a while back, so it's possible to forget.
And Mr. Rapaya, in the bottom left of the 2010 section, you would agree with me then that environmental activities were undertaken by NRD. There was an environmental report on that to Bindi, and that dams were built in Route Zero, right?
Si, ces travaux ont eu lieu.
Yes, those works did take place.
FDI could move down to the 2011 period. And Mr. Rapaya, you agree that the environmental project at Nyatubindi continued, correct?
Oui, oui, parce qu'à ce moment-là, il y avait toujours des problèmes de...
Yes, because at that time, there was always a problem of the Sabea River being sullied.
And NRD, through this environmental project, was trying to remedy that problem, correct?
Oui, c'est d'ailleurs à cause de cela qu'il y a eu érection de barrages.
And in fact, that's why there was the building of a dam at the source of the Sabea River.
And you agree that the environmental projects, that there was consultation on the environmental projects with Olomouc University?
Je ne connais pas cette université.
I'm not familiar with this university. I don't know it, and I don't know if there were consultation. The work was done by environmental experts.
So, Mr. Rapaya, I want to talk about the Retsiro plant a little bit. If FTI...
Je voudrais parler de Retsiro. The witness is just finishing and giving the end of his last response. I said that the environmental studies were done by in Rwandan environmental experts. I do not know this university that's mentioned here.
Mr. Rapaya, I apologize for cutting off part of your answer with the delay of translation. If I could talk to you a bit about the Retsiro plant. You agree that NRD, in your first witness statement, you stated that NRD spent, you said, about $1 million building the Retsiro plant, correct?
C'est une information que j'ai reçue.
That's information I was given by Dr. Fink. He was in charge of building the plant.
And you have no reason to doubt that information, do you?
Il y avait aucune raison qu'il me...
There was no reason for him to mislead me on this topic.
And you understand that the plant was in fact commissioned, correct?
Cette usine a été achevée.
This plant was completed, but it did not operate because they realized at the end that the plant that had been built to process the rejects from the Retsiro mine, that it did not contain the correct ore. So so in the end, the plant did not operate.
And so what you just said now, and what I understand from your witness statement, is that there wasn't sufficient mineral at the plant in order to justify continued operations. Is that your testimony?
Je ne comprends pas bien ce que vous dites.
I don't really understand what you're saying. Could you please repeat your question?
Let's pull up paragraph 10 of his first witness statement.
Oui.
And I'm going to direct you into the
I
middle.
see it.
If FTI can highlight where I start reading. Your witness statement says the commissioning was completed by Mr. Ellers when he joined, but the plant was a total failure. When it started in late 2010, it turned out the scree rocks contained little wolframite. So Mr. Rapaya, my question is your understanding is that the plant was not working at that time because there wasn't sufficient mineral in the scree to operate it on a regular basis, correct?
C'est exact.
That is correct.
So if you were to bring, for example, a truckload of minerals to the plant, you would be able to use the plant, correct?
Un camion ne suffit pas pour faire tourner
A
une
truckload is not enough to have a plant run. You need a regular supply for the plant to run. So a truckload is not sufficient.
So if there were a regular supply of minerals, the plant would in fact operate, correct?
L'usine a été construite.
The plant was built, but they realized that that there's no ore there to bring to the plant. And as I said, the prior prospection work was done by an Australian geologist, but that was before I came on board.
Mr. Bright, my question I think is a little bit different. My question is, if there is a consistent supply, that the plant would in fact be able to process those minerals, correct?
L'usine a été construite correctement.
The plant was correctly built. It could operate, but it didn't have any ore to process.
And Mr. Rapaya, you understand that the plant could process wolframite or cassiterite or tantalum, correct?
Le coltan, oui, l'usine pouvait traiter
Yes,
n'importe quel.
the plant could handle any kind of ore by the gravity principle, but the plant did not operate because there was no ore to be processed close by.
Thank you, Mr. Rapaya. No further questions.
Merci.
Professor Rupaya, just one question from me. You were asked about environmental work carried out in Nyartabindi. Are you able to assist on whether NRD was carrying out mining in Nyartabindi?
S'il vous plaît, j'ai pas bien compris la question.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that question?
Can you were asked about environmental work in Nyartabindi. Can you tell us whether NRD was carrying out any mining in Nyartabindi sites?
Oui, Nyartabindi a été exploité également par
Yes, NRD did operate there, did carry out mining work there.
Thank you, Professor Rupaya. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Professor, for coming to assist us. You are now free to go.
Merci. Je vous remercie.
And I thank you.
Should be Mr. Sindagaya next, I hope.
Yes, he is testifying from the same location. So I've notified the team there to swap him out. I'll bring it in and with your instructions, Mr. President.
Yes, please.
Okay, just one moment, bringing them in.
And James, to clarify, Mr. Sindagaya is a fact witness testifying in French?
He is a fact witness testifying in English, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, they're bringing the witness in now. Okay. All right, let me unmute. Okay, Mr. President, I will go off camera.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sindagaya. You should have on your screen in front of you a declaration. And I would be grateful if you would read it aloud.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaime Sindagaya. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Mr. Sindagaya, you were, as I understand, the senior accountant at Natural Resources Development, or NRD. Is that right?
Yes.
And could you tell us what time frame it is? As I understand, you joined in January 2010, didn't you?
Yes, I joined NRD in January 2010, and I left NRD in September 2012.
Thank you. Now, if you wait there, Mr. Cowley, who represents the claimants in this action, is going to ask you some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sindayagaya, and I apologize. I'm doing this so often during these proceedings. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Can we focus for just a moment on this title that you ascribe to yourself, the senior accountant? You were already employed by NRD, as you just gave the time frame. That means you were already employed by NRD before Mr. Marshall's Investors Group acquiring NRD from Stark, correct?
Correct. I was employed almost a year before Mr. Marshall acquired NRD in December or January 2011.
And so in January 2011, Mr. Marshall was in Kigali in the NRD offices for the first time as acting CEO, correct?
Yes, as the new chairman, yes, in January 2011.
Excuse me. And up to that date for NRD, you were just a staff accountant, correct?
Pardon?
As of that time, up until
Yes.
Mr. Marshall arriving, you were just a staff accountant for NRD, correct?
When Mr. Marshall acquired NRD, I was already a senior accountant.
So you claim to have been promoted to senior accountant at NRD before Mr. Marshall arrived as CEO?
Pardon?
Let me take a step back. When you were first hired in January 2010 by NRD, you called yourself a field accountant? Is that correct?
Yes.
And there were a handful of such accountants working at NRD at the time, correct?
There was a chief accountant, Mr. Chege.
You acknowledge that in January 2011, management changed. Mr. Marshall and some people he brought in arrived, correct?
Yes.
I could ask that his witness statement be pulled up, and if you bring it to paragraph 6. Apologize for the delay. I'm just trying to find it and bring it up myself if I could, so I could see
No
the
problem.
context. It's just easier for me to read it, Mr. Sindayagaya, on my own laptop because I can make it much bigger. And so I do apologize. Thank you for your patience. Now, looking at paragraph 6, you say, in early 2011, I was promoted to the position of senior accountant at NRD. That's the testimony you gave when describing yourself and your own background in your witness statement, correct?
Yes.
And that would mean, if it were true, that Mr. Marshall would have had to give you a promotion after arriving and just meeting you. Gave you a promotion to the position of senior accountant, correct?
Pardon, I did not get the question very well.
If it were true that in early 2011, you became senior accountant, that would
Yes.
have to mean Mr. Marshall, after his arrival, would have approved a promotion for you, correct?
Dates and correct dates should be considered on what is in my statement.
So if your statement is true,
yes,
Mr. Marshall would have at least approved something that informed you were being promoted. And that would have occurred only after Mr. Marshall arrived, correct?
When Mr. Marshall joined, he did not immediately took over the whole management as the person to approve all the paperwork, because at that time when he joined, there was Mr. Eras who was still managing director.
And you don't know what conversations Mr. Ellers, as managing director, had with his new CEO about what approvals he had to get to promote somebody, do you?
I assume that when he took over, they had conversation on all the staff, and I took whatever was coming from Mr. Eras as legitimate, as he was still managing director.
My question was a little different. You don't know anything about the conversations between Mr. Ellers and Mr. Marshall about what sort of approvals he now needed beginning in 2011 in order to promote someone like you, do you?
Not at my knowledge.
And you know in this case that Mr. Marshall said you were just a bookkeeper, one among many at the company, don't you?
At which time exactly?
In this proceeding, you know his position is
Yes.
that you weren't who you say you are in this statement. You didn't have all this important responsibility. You were just a staff bookkeeper, don't you?
No.
I
was not a bookkeeper. Since the day one I joined NLD, I've never been a bookkeeper.
It's accurate to say that you've never been able to provide a notification of any kind, any document promoting you on or after January 1, 2011 to a title of senior accountant, have you?
Excuse me?
It's
Can you repeat
accurate
the
to say, I'm sorry, I thought you were asking a question.
Yes. Can you repeat the question?
Certainly. It's accurate to say that you've never produced any document or electronic email communicating to you a promotion to senior accountant in January 2011 or later, have you?
I was never asked to produce such document, but if this might be needed, I can again look into my past data.
At the time Mr. Marshall arrived,
yes,
in addition to Mr. Ellers already serving as managing director,
Yes.
There was an employee serving as chief financial officer, correct?
Yes, Mr. Kabera Julius.
So the company already employed a chief financial officer, and you said there was a senior accountant position also existing, and it was filled by Mr. Chege at that time in January 2011?
I have to say that with time, with 20 to almost 11 years, it will be very hard to recall all the appointments and all the position change in an institution that you have left in 2011. So I would not go into details into those change of position and nominations, if you are allowed.
Just to make sure I'm not misunderstood, as I read your witness statements, there was only one change of position ever for you while employed by NRD. Do I have that right?
Yes. It's
And you never-
only, I have only been changed to senior accountant.
You never had any staff at NRD reporting to you as their manager, correct?
No, I had at least under me when Mr. Cabrera and his team left, I was left with almost all the responsibility of a chief accountant, but it was never been put in RETA because I had a team of 2 cashiers, I had a team of field accountants, and I was managing the team in some manner like a chief accountant, yet it has never been formally recognized.
So this is a title that you've given yourself because the company didn't give it to you because you felt you deserved it, correct?
None, the senior accountant, I was promoted to senior accountant, but I was never promoted to chief accountant, yet I did task for chief accountant.
In fact, NRD relied on an outside accounting firm to handle all its monthly reporting and calculations, didn't it?
At some point, it was a management decision from Mr. Kwam and Mr. Marshall to have an external view of the accounting. I remember that time I told them, this is your choice, but we can always do the same task. And they say that they prefer to have an external look on an external work doing the final reports.
To be clear, what you're
Yes.
talking about wasn't a request for a one-time review of what you had done. Management, led by Mr. Marshall, requested that the regular accounting work be done by an outside firm on a monthly basis, didn't he?
It was done to only do the final report, but the core business, the core sphere of accounting was done by my team, and the external accountant was only provided the information to do mostly yearly returns.
Can I ask that R239 be brought up? If we could scroll down, we
Yes.
could get to the beginning email in the chain. And I'm going to ask Mr. Sindhayagaya, please let me know, are you comfortable reading the English and reading this yourself as it goes along so you know what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that he be given an opportunity to do that. Go to the beginning of the email chain and then scroll up as he lets you know. And Mr. Sindhayagaya, I only want to do this so long as it takes for you to tell us, do you recognize this and do you know already what this document contains, or do you need to read the whole thing? Just tell us as it goes along.
I know what is
about. So if you you'll agree that the original email was from some member of the outside accounting firm I just spoke about, correct?
Yes.
And that firm's name is Van Kays.
Yes. Aris Van Mielero. Yes.
Right. So on this particular June 27 email, someone from the outside accounting firm reaches out to you and has a short list of, give me these documents for June, correct?
Yes.
And then you respond. I'm sorry, before I left it, that request from the outside accounting firm also said, get it to us. I'm sorry, J-U-I-N, is that June or different? June. Yeah. Well, now I see my mistake. Let me ask the question over. This email from Van Kays not only said, here are the documents you got to get them to us by July 5. Correct? That's what you were asked?
Yes.
And then you respond to that saying, the binders you're asking for are due to be submitted. You meant they're being worked on, they're being pulled together, correct?
Yes, there's at that particular moment, the accounting work was divided. What has to be internally and what had to be done by the external accounting.
And you're sending this email on July 5. So a couple of days before the deadline Van Kays asked for them, you're reaching back out and you're saying they are being pulled together, but some won't be finished. And what is it that you say that they will be ready? What's the date that you intended to reference there?
The 10th May.
So was that just a typo? You meant to say a different date in July or some other time?
It might be a typo.
Okay. In any event, we could agree that you're saying they won't be ready by your July 7 requested date. We're working on some others and we'll get them to you, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Quam responds. Now, who is Mr. Quam? What's his position at that time?
He was the managing director.
So the managing director responds to you. And is it fair to say that he was snapping at you, saying that's just unacceptable? You got to get them there faster. Is that fair?
It's happened in an institution to have such, because the managing director has the prerogative to get into any matter concerning his company under his.
Understood. I'm just asking, can we agree that's how you read this? It was somewhat snappish and he instructed you, no, you're not going to do it then, you're going to do it as fast as you can, right?
Pardon? Can you repeat the question?
Mr. Quam responded to you rather shortly, saying you got to get them pulled together faster. Didn't he? That's the meaning of his email as you understood it?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And then he went on and said, and I have a new policy from here out. You're to get, he's telling you, you're to get these binders to Van K's by the 5th day of each month going forward. That's our policy. There will be no exceptions to this requirement.
Yes.
So he's telling you're just putting together binders of the raw monthly data. Van K's is going to start on the monthly reports by the 5th day of each month. They're going to do it all, isn't he?
Not that Van Kees has to do the whole work, because here in Rwanda, the tax returns are submitted on 15th of each month. Basically, why they needed to go through our work before is that they should at least by 15th ascertain that the tax which are remitted are correct. It does not mean that they had to redo all the work of the accounting.
Well, if you look back at the list, your work was just gathering the monthly data, not preparing accounting reports of any kind. Stacking up the bills paid in June, stacking up the unpaid bills as of June. That's all you're doing is collecting information in these binders, correct?
There is some stage, maybe there's no document in this session that has been provided. At a later stage, when you are preparing the reports, that we are exchanging information regarding reports specifically. You have this account standing this account standing this, so it will be biased to only base on this email to say that I was not involved in the preparation of the reports.
Well, let's see what we can agree on. We can agree that the Van K's email said to you, give us all this data, and it has line items, and not one of them refers to a completed accounting report, does it?
No.
And I'm sorry, did you ask me to wait?
I'm not agreeing on this assertion that I was only giving them information.
Well,
because we were exchanging information and building up the reports all together.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. My fault. I apologize to the tribunal. I'm looking at my laptop and I didn't notice. FTI, can you please scroll back down so that Mr. Sindiagaya can see what I'm actually talking about? That wasn't in sync, and I apologize for that, Mr. Sindiagaya, because I should be paying attention to know what you're actually looking at. So, if you don't mind me repeating the question, I'm now actually giving you a chance to answer it. This list of information that has to be put in binders that starts this email chain, not one item on that list is an accounting report analyzing, tabulating, summarizing anything for the company. It's just stacking up the paper and other information, putting it in a binder on these topics and handing it off to an accounting firm. Correct?
Not correct.
Okay. You will agree you don't see one item that uses the word report, do you?
I'm seeing that we are only limiting on one email to make a conclusion that reports were done only by Van Kees, but the accounting is not limited only on those monthly register. There are other things where, let's say, for example, at a certain moment, we had to to go through my depreciation schedule. I had to go to see my general accruals, those accounting things that are not done just for the tax purposes. Here, I was just transmitting them information on which they can base to validate that the tax I will be paying on the next 15th will be correct. They were kind of an external auditor that had to validate whatever our workings.
Mr. Sindiagaya, we can agree on one thing to start.
Yes.
And that this email is not every email you ever received about the work you were doing. I could agree to that. But this is an email produced by the respondent, and
yes,
they're capable of producing other emails if they think they're relevant. So I would please like you to answer the question I'm asking.
Yes.
Do you agree that this email tells you to just collect some documents, put them in a binder and send them off by the 5th of the month, and not one item referenced contemplates you doing a report and handing it off? Can you agree to that?
Excuse me, sir. Can you also read the first phrase after dear MA? I can request you for the following binders in purpose of LRA declaration. LRA means Rwanda Revenue Authority. It's only for reviewing the tax purposes. It's not for accounting purposes.
Just as I agreed with you that there's other emails referring to work you've done that's not included in this email, can you also agree with me that there's other emails and communications about accounting work being done by Van Kays with information that also aren't included and referenced in this one email?
Pardon? It was very fast in your spelling.
Well, why don't I just move on? This is the request. Your managing director, if you go back up FTI to the
for tax declaration, not for accounting.
Question, Mr. Sindiagaya. Mr. Kwam instructs you to get these documents out in binders by the 5th day of the month. No excuses, it has to be done.
Tax returns, it's again, in this email, you see that the purpose, it was for tax returns, not for the accounting reports.
I will agree that this is one email on one topic, sir, and I please ask you to just answer the questions I'm asking, because it is about this email. He asks you very shortly to get these papers that they ask you to binders, get them out by the 5th day of each month. No excuses, correct?
Correct.
Now, isn't it accurate that Mr. Kwam's email shows that he was talking to you and considering you to be a low-level clerical type of bookkeeper, not somebody with significant responsibilities of having to do his own reports and has staff running around putting together binders, but you run around, put together binders of papers, get them to the accountants by the 5th day of each month, and you don't have an excuse? Can't we agree that's how he talked to you?
We do not agree.
Can you at least agree that this is not how you talk to management level employee? If you're a managing director, you tell them to have their staff do the clerical work. Can you agree with that?
It's all depend on the context, because in any institution, there might be delays into report. They might be things that affect the reporting, but if the managing director intervened, it was to give his push to get the work done faster. I agree. And this is not, if he was not satisfied with my work, he should have looked for substitution. And If I left in September, I stayed with this company until September 2012, which means he did not dismiss me for any reporting and matter that you are raising now.
Well, that's an interesting segue. In fact, Mr. Marshall and Ms. Susanna, do you recall Ms. Susanna Ruskova? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I am just incapable of doing the right job with that name, and I am so embarrassed. Do you recall her?
Yes, I recall her.
And you recall her position? She came in and started working as the CFO, the new CFO?
She has never been CFO.
You recall that they terminated you in September 2012.
They have never terminated me.
But
I'm the one who left the company on my will because I was fed up of the status and on working without being paid.
I understand that. Strike the question. I started. Will you agree that that before your employment ceased at the company,
yes,
Mr. Marshall and Ms. Susanna let you know that as a result of investigating certain things, they considered you to be under suspicion of false bookkeeping, among other things, and therefore you had to leave?
I have come to know those false allegations last year when I saw Mr. Marshall counter reply to my testimony. Those are fabricated lies from one to the last point.
And you've been interested in making clear that those are lies and that didn't happen. Since seeing it, you've tried to show that's not true, haven't you?
It's not true.
And
I have never been investigated. I have never been to any matter terminated for fraud or investigation by Mr. Marshall and Madam Susan.
And you've worked hard to try to put as much information forward to establish the truth of your belief that it was a lie. You were not terminated. You in fact resigned, correct?
Yes. When I saw the fabricated letters, I had to give information, counter information on that.
And yet you're unable to provide a copy of a resignation letter, email, handwritten note, anything from you that said, I'm now giving you notice, or I'm now resigning. Anything like that at all. You can't provide it, can you?
So this thing has gone for, well, I left in September 2012. It's now more than 9 years. So it will be impossible to tell me that I have all the documents in my possession on things that happened in September 2012.
In fact, the reason you can't provide a notice of resignation or notice of immediate departure is because none exists, isn't it?
Pardon?
The reason you can't provide a notice of resignation or a statement of immediate resignation is because none exists, correct?
I assume there should have been some form of informing the management, but at any point I've not been asked to provide such documents. So it's a document that into things that I have submitted is not there, but it does not mean that it has never been there.
Just to be clear, based on your last answer, we do agree that if you were the professional senior accountant that you say you were in the witness statements you provided, you would understand that a person in such a role at a company would provide the management team above him with notice, reasonable notice of how long they have to fill his important position because they're leaving. You agree that that would normally be done by such employees, correct?
I agree.
And you claim in your witness statement in response, so the second witness statement, if I could ask to be brought up, the witness statement that you gave after trying to respond to claimant's position that you were terminated and why, instead of showing such notice, you say you got fed up. You got tired because the company was in disarray with huge debts and you had enough, so you left. That's it. I'm sorry if I didn't say it. If I could ask you to draw the witness's attention to paragraph 25 of his supplemental witness statement. Apologies again, Mr. Sindigai, I'm not focused enough on what you're being shown.
Yes, I'm having it on the screen.
That's your explanation for what you say really happened, correct?
Yes.
Apologize. You do not say in paragraph 25, when setting out your full response to what you say are inaccurate accusations by the claimants, you don't say in here that you in fact made the decision to leave the company for these reasons and gave them notice of any period of time. You gave them a writing or anything that you say, you know, professionals in the senior accounting position that you say you held would be expected to provide. Do you?
I've not been specific on that particular point, how I left, because the company was in such state of disarray, like I said, and I'm not sure even if the letter and things that someone would have sent would have reached the management, which, because there was no processes, there was nothing at that moment.
The statement that the company was in such disarray and that's why you gave up at the moment you did. And now you're saying you recognize you didn't write it anything at all, which
sorry,
I'm sorry, let me restate the question because that would be very unclear for you.
The statement you made, which
I misspoke for a moment, so I'd like to just start
But
over.
I think the witness is trying to say something anyway, and you should just let him speak, please.
I'm saying there's a statement. He's saying that I recognize I did not do anything to notify that I'm leaving, but that's wrong. They might be in a form of communication that had led to communicate them that I'm leaving the company, but with the time being and so on, it's something we cannot trace, as I have no access to the NRD documents and so on. And maybe from time to time, I just destroy such old documents. In 9 years, there happen a lot of things. It might be an email, it might be an SMS. It's not something that at this moment should really be a concern, but as we agree that I left in September 2012 to the knowledge of the management.
And the reasons that you have given,
Yes,
stated, was why you gave up at that time. And in parts of some answers, you said why you felt the company was in such disarray, a written document wouldn't even get anywhere. That reason, according to your witness statements when read together, that existed the entire time that Mr. Marshall's group was involved in the company, didn't it?
not from the period that, if you compare the period when I left and the period when Mr. Marshall came into the company, there is a huge difference financially and even on a daily activities. Because at the time I left, no one was having control. It was like, sorry to use, it was like a jungle. No one was managing the company, and it was like in the market where people meet, no one knows what he's doing and so on. But when he joined, there was a structure, there was a managing director, there was a CFO, there was a senior accountant, there was a structure that was working. So there is a big difference between the moment I left and the moment Mr. Marshall joined the company.
Well, let's call up your first witness statement, paragraph 18. Now, claimants don't accept your version of the story, but working within your version of the story, you actually said, when you first gave a witness statement, that by the time the company was sold, and let me pause right there, you're talking about sold by Stark to Spalena, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Marshall is just about to come on the scene. We were on the verge of bankruptcy. We had not received any funding from Stark for a long time, and the money we were receiving from mineral sales was not enough to pay the company's debts. You see that?
I'm seeing it.
And then you go on in your account of the story to say in section 19, excuse me, Mr. Marshall showed up and fired people. So that structure you said that was existed, you said immediately went away. That's what you said in your statement. Again, not that we're agreeing with how you presented it.
I did not get the question. I read the extract, but I did not get the question. You're correcting it.
Well, I'm picking up on what you said was the explanation, that there was such a significant difference in the financial situation at the company and in the structure and organization of its employees from when Mr. Marshall first took over, when it was very good, to when you had to leave when it was very bad. And I'm asking you, do you agree? You in fact said when he first took over, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. So it was as bad as it gets, right?
Yes, it was in bad it was in bad shape, but not to extent of being totally in disarray when there's no more management, there is no activities. No one could go to the mines because miners were not paid. There were some sites when we had mines, but you could not even access there. But when Mr. Marshall joined, at least that time, despite the financial difficulties, there was a learning structure. There was something there was a structure which was fighting to get back. And that structure, from the time Mr. Marshall got the company, it went down until the time I left, when I saw that there was no return, no point of return.
We'll get back to that in a moment, but I want to stick with something you just said. So is it accurate to say, based on how you're describing the NRD situation before the sale to Spalena, you will agree that in your telling of the story, NRD was not experiencing a situation where miners weren't getting paid, employees were going unpaid, assets were being sold just to keep them, keep getting them any money. You say that was not happening, right?
Before, sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Yes. You're saying that at the time Stark sold Spalena to, Stark sold NRD to Spalena, it was not true that NRD had already experienced a situation where miners were going unpaid, debts were being run up unpaid, assets were being sold to pay employees.
It has experienced some situation in the past, but because of the support we were still getting from, sorry, are you getting me?
I think you're frozen. FTI can take over from here.
One moment.
We're due very soon for a half-an-hour break. Would it be a good idea to take that now?
Yes, sir. So long as are we able to give some instruction to Mr. Sindiagaya about the rule of not conferring with others during this break? I would appreciate it.
Sorry?
Well, if you, we're going to have half an hour's break, and it's one of our rules that a witness cannot discuss the case in the course of giving evidence. I'm sure that won't be a hardship to you. So we'll come back in half an hour.
I will have to come back?
Yes, in half an hour's time.
In half an hour.
We're just having a comfort break.
Good, good. Thank you. I can stay here.
Mr. Sindigai, if you could stay on the line for me, I'm going to open the breakout rooms for everyone else. We're just waiting for the claimant. There we go. Mr. Callan. Okay, Mr. President, I am going to go off camera and I'll wait to hear from you when to bring the witness in.
If the tribunal does not have any issue what I just like to pick back up what we started with this morning in terms of the question about confirmation of payment, as I understand it, and I'm not the best with math, but as I understand it, it's now post business day for banks in Kigali. Presumably, if any confirmation of a payment could be provided today, that opportunity is now over. And I would just ask if the tribunal has received the required payment by the represented time.
Members of the tribunal, counsel, I have received no correspondence from the respondent regarding payment.
Well, will you kindly inquire of them why it hasn't arrived? I'm not saying do this immediately, but on Monday, we'd like to know.
If I can just update the position, I have instructions that payment has been transferred or is in the course of being transferred. So if it hasn't arrived, no doubt it will. We have a payment transfer slip on our side already from yesterday, I understand.
Oh.
Mr. Hill,
Right.
if that can be provided confidentially to me, I can have it traced so we can get it will facilitate the deposit.
I will.
Thank you.
I have nothing further.
Would you like?
I did not mean with the witness. I meant now.
Would you like the witness brought back in?
I would, yes, please.
May I continue, Mr. President?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Sindayagaya, can I ask you, oh, I'm sorry, FTI, can you please bring back up his initial witness statement? And if you could return to paragraph 18. Mr. Sindayagaya, if you could see in the middle of paragraph 18 what I had asked you about before the break, your testimony regarding being on the verge of bankruptcy. If I could ask you to look forward in that same sentence, there's a dash. You testified, we have not received any funding from Stark for a long time, and the money we were receiving from mineral sales was not enough to pay the company's debts. Do you recall that this is referring to the time before the sale by Stark of NRD?
Yes, I recognize.
And that was your memory, that was your statement of the financial status of the company at the time prior to the sale, that support money hadn't come in from Stark for a long time, correct?
Yeah. Right.
If you could scroll back.
I confirm.
If I ask if you could scroll back up to FTI to 17, the bottom of 17, just let the witness see that paragraph as well. I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Sindayagaya, to the bottom sentence. You confirm that same point twice over. We did not receive any further money from Stark after this, and that's referring to $100,000 for some 6-month period earlier in the year. Above that in the paragraph, do you see that?
I confirm.
And based on the descriptions in your witness statements, is it accurate to say, as you've told the story of the financial conditions of the company, from the period where we just saw you describing verge of bankruptcy and why, through to your leaving, it never got better? You say it just continued to get worse. That's how you describe it, correct?
Correct.
And in telling your description of the financial status of the company at or around the time of the sale, you provided, as part of your witness statement, a handful of accounting documents. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, if I could ask the FTI to bring up three, they're sequential, R232, R233, R234. Mr. Sindiagaya, just so that it's clear what we're talking about, starting with the first one in order, R232. If I could draw your attention to that. I'm sorry, is that, I can't see that. I hope you have that.
I have it in front.
It should say at the top, profit and loss account for the period ended December 31, 2010.
Yes.
That's for the company NRD, correct?
Correct.
The next document, 233, is a balance sheet as of the same year-end time period for NRD, correct? 233.
Confirm.
Well, if you don't mind, just let them bring it up. Oh, it is, I'm sorry. So you said, yes, you agree that's what that document is?
Yes, I agree.
And then 234, please. This is a little harder to read on my screen because it's so wide. It makes it small. But if on the left-hand side, yes, thank you. You could see that this is a property, plant, and equipment summary sheet or spreadsheet that begins with information from the beginning of 2010 and ends at the same year-end time period. You see that?
I'm seeing it and I confirm.
So how is it that you had in your possession and were able to add to your witness statement these three year-end financial statements for the Stark-owned NRD in 2010?
If you can go to the date of certification by KPMG, you may see that those documents were finalized on 13 February 2012 under my tenure as senior chief accountant. I was doing chief accounting, but not informally, let me say.
Thank you. But my question, in case I didn't say it right, my question I intended to ask was, how was it that you had those documents in your possession as of May 2019?
You mean how NRD did not have an email server or something to use. We all used our private emails like you have seen on the emails. So I managed to get it from my old emails.
So you retained these company documents?
To some extent, no one has ever asked me to return it, and it was in my emails.
Correct, but sir, in your telling of events, you say no one was asking you to leave. You say
Yes.
you
professionally gave notice of some sort that you'd had enough and you had to leave, and that's how you handled it as a senior accountant at the time in 2012. That's your telling of the story, correct?
Yes.
So you were, in your telling, you were acting professionally, correct?
Yes.
And you understood that anyone who actually holds the title, of senior accountant at a company has access to a lot of confidential proprietary company information, correct?
To some extent, yes.
The senior accountant has access to information that one would need to have a lot of trust to give a person, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
The information that, such as the 3 documents that we just looked at, is the type of confidential information that a company only gives out to those employees in a position of trust, correct?
Not such confidential, because here in Rwanda, the audited financial are public. There's no such confidentiality that someone will know your position, because it's published, it's given to the tax authorities. Anyone coming to give you a financing will access it. It's not such a confidential document to some extent.
Then either way, if it really is public and available for everybody to obtain,
yes,
or you had it because as part of your job, you simply used your personal email account and no one ever asked you to give anything back, you equally had access to the monthly and year-end financial information for the company in the years 2011 and up through the 2012 year that you say you left on your own, right?
Unfortunately, when I left, 2011 was not yet finalized.
Right, but because of your important position, you had the non-finalized version. You had the accounting information that was going to be sent to an auditor asking for their approval. You had the internal company confidential version because of your important position, right?
This is something I have again to cross-check.
I apologize, but I don't understand. When you say you have to cross-check, is it simply that you're saying you don't know if you had it, you'd have to go back and look?
At this point of time, it's hard for me to know what documents is in my possession, what has been lost, because it's long time this thing has ended, and it will be impossible to have exact saying in my email, this date I have this and this. So if you ask me to recross check, I might have them, but I'm not to confirm in this session.
Well, we can agree that
yes,
as you described your access and why you would have it as of the day you left.
Yes.
You didn't choose to put forward any other financial information that a senior accountant would have on a monthly, quarterly, annual basis for 2011 or 12. Did you?
Sorry, I missed some words in the question.
I'll move on. Can I ask FTI now to bring up R235? This is another financial document for the period ending
year end 2010 that you attached to your witness statement when describing the state of financial affairs then, correct?
Correct.
And this list of creditors, your description of things at the company helped support your explanation that the company was on the verge of bankruptcy at the time, right?
Company had huge debt compared to the assets and net cash, working capital, let me say it. That's why.
And that's what you meant by the phrase verge of bankruptcy, right?
Yes.
And so if I could ask the FTI to bring up C68 and then go to page 36 of that document. This is the last page, Mr. Well, actually, if we could, better that I start with something that's more explanatory. Can I ask FTI to switch and go back to the first page? I'm just showing you the first page for a reason, Mr. Sindiagaya. This document purports it to be the agreement by which Stark sold NRD's parent company to Spalena. And there's more pages than this between the one I'm going to actually focus on, which I'm choosing not to show you because I'd like to just ask you, did you ever see that while working at the company? Were you asked to look at the contract between Stark and Spalena?
Depending on the position I was holding when company was sold, I did not have access to this document.
So you don't recall ever seeing the agreement before?
Not at the time of acquisition.
You saw it at a later time?
If I recall this, I saw it during this process of disputes.
How is it that you came by this document to see it?
He's not allowed to ask that. The witness has made it quite clear he's seen this in the context of this arbitration, of this dispute, and Mr. Cowley shouldn't be asking him about the witness's communications in relation to this dispute.
It can't be a witness's communication with his counsel. This is a witness who's a former employee of the opposing party, and if anything, being asked to talk about actions by the witness in his capacity as an agent, and he gives himself significant capacity as an agent of NRD. He is not a Rwandan witness who's within the protection of privilege and discussions with Rwandan's counsel. If anything, he might be with NRD's counsel, and I'm not claiming to have had any such privileged communication. So I don't agree that that's what I'm asking for.
Well, I disagree with that characterization. Obviously, communications between our lawyers, Rwanda's lawyers, and the witnesses are by their nature privileged, irrespective of the source of employment of the witness.
I would ask the tribunal for its ruling.
Yes, we'll give a ruling. We agree with Mr. Hill.
Can I ask that you turn to page 36? This is a certificate signed by Mr. Ellers. You can see the effective date, December 22, 2010, that accompanied the agreement. Can I ask you to read to yourself Mr. Ellers' paragraph stating what he's certifying to?
I've read it.
Now, if we go back to the document, please, R235.
Just before we leave, there's something that's been puzzling me. Could we go back to that? This witness may be able to help. There's a reference there to loans from the majority shareholder of NRD, HC Stark Resources. Was NRD indebted to Stark Resources, to your knowledge?
Pardon, Mr. President. I did not get the question.
Sorry. Looking at this certificate,
yes,
it states, other than tax liabilities to the Rwandan state in respect of expatriate refugees and loans from the majority shareholder, Stark Resources. I'm asking you whether, to your knowledge, that there was indebtedness on the part of NRD to Stark Resources.
Yes, mainly for the construction of the factory, because most of the material were bought by Stark and sent to Rwanda.
Have you any idea of the amount of that indebtedness?
I'd refer to the 235, if I recall, the list of creditors. But it's something around 1.7, if I recall, billion. I don't have the figures in.
Yes, all right. Thank you.
No.
If we could now turn to 235, R235. And if you could blow that up a little bit for him so he could see it. Thank you. Mr. Sindhigaya, you said, I think a moment ago, that on this list of creditors is the Stark parent company that loaned money to NRD, its subsidiary.
Yes, it's part, if you go to line 6 and 7, that's Stark. HT Stark, that's the abbreviation.
So the certificate specifically said it wasn't including those two items.
Yes.
And certain other tax liabilities.
That's what I saw in the certificate, yes.
You'll agree that the certificate fails to mention the remainder, correct?
If we take the 751 million plus the 362, it's already one, to my quick addition, it's 1.1 billion, which meaning the remainder is 76 million, less than $100,000.
Thank you.
Yes.
And did you look over the certificate and help prepare it for Mr. Ellers before he signed it?
No.
If I could ask that Mr. Sindhigya's first witness statement be brought up. Paragraph 21, please. If you could see in your statement in describing Mr. Marshall's activities from the day he started, you say, in addition to alleging that he showed no interest in the mines, you specify
he did not visit them from day one. That was your intended testimony, that you were swearing, Mr. Marshall, on activities every single day from the beginning of January 2011 to September 2012, and are attesting he was never at a mine on any of those days. Is that how you understood your testimony?
Email reads. To my recollection, he has never been into the biggest part of the mine, which are the Western concessions.
That's not what this statement says. You'll agree with that, right?
When I say visit, it's kind of getting deep, getting to the mines, know the problems, know that the people don't have shovels, don't have overload, don't have anything. That's the kind of feeling when I stated this, that Marshall never got that extent of visiting the mines and get that feeling of the acquisition that he's getting.
Well, what you actually said was from day one, he never visited the mines. Did you mean to convey to the tribunal that you knew his whereabouts on every day between the 1st of January 2011 and September 2012 when you left, and you were attesting he never set foot at any mine? Was that what you were intending?
The way you are phrasing the sentence is not the way I would phrase it.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you will acknowledge that it's entirely possible that Mr. Marshall visited one or more of the mines over that time period any number of times and you don't know?
To my knowledge, he never visited the biggest part of the mines, which were Western concession, and that's where the mines which were remotely.
So that means
Not,
you
I would
account.
say
Sorry.
They might a slight, let's say there was some mines which are in the radius of Kigali. That's one he'll just pass by and so on, see. But there was never a visit that he made purposely to know the status of the remote mines, which are Western. These were part of the essence he was chasing for.
Mr. Sindiagaya, you'll agree that whatever Mr. Marshall did on any day he visited a local to the Kigali office mine or distant mine, you weren't with him. Will you agree to that?
Can you rephrase the question again?
You'll agree that whatever Mr. Marshall did, anytime he set foot on any of the mines, wherever
Yes.
located, you weren't with him.
No, I do not agree.
So you were with him when he visited a mine.
I never been with him to any mine.
Okay, so should he have visited any, you weren't there with him, and you don't know what he did when he was there, correct?
Pardon, can you repeat? Sometimes you're going fast. Can you repeat?
Let me ask a different question because we seem to be struggling with that concept, and it's probably my fault, but I'd like to ask a little bit different question, but for the same purpose.
Yes.
Can't you agree with me that you actually didn't work so closely with Mr. Marshall, given your disparate positions, that you actually accounted for his whereabouts on every single day between January 1, 2011 and September 2012? Can't you agree to that?
I cannot agree because in a such, let's say, small company, all the movement of the chairman, stroke, big boss, are known and prepared by the office, which means if he has to go to any mine, there will be some provision for driver allowances and so on. Those are the things that would get my attention without even going with him. He would have to get some accommodation and so on. And those such expenses have never come to my desk during my tenure in NRD.
Can we go to paragraph 9 of that same witness declaration? Do you see in this paragraph that you refer to the plant at the Rwanda concession and say that it never operated during the entire time you were with NRD?
Yes.
See that? Now, can't you agree that given your job as, at that time, staff accountant, that you actually didn't spend all day, every day that you worked at the Rwanda plant out in the field?
As part of, when I joined NRD, I was assigned specifically to monitor the transaction which are happening on site, which had given me a crucial time to build a network of site supervisors and their support clerks that will give me time-to-time information related to the mining and production. So during that, from the time I joined, I managed to put in place a system, a reporting system every Thursday that I would know how much minerals have been produced, and so that I can budget my cash flow. It gave me I was not on site, but I had a full insight on what was happening on site, let's say on a weekly basis, and there was never a production that came out of the plant under my tenure.
So this detailed focus from all these people every day telling you exactly what they were doing. Let me finish, sir. You maintained that as you became the senior staff attorney. That's also your testimony, right? I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's your testimony, sir, that this detailed daily reporting from everybody about everything was happening at each mine, that continued when you became the senior accountant at the company, correct?
Yes, it continued.
Okay, so if it's your testimony and you want the tribunal to believe that if any miner walked up to the plant, the washing station, with a bucket of ore and cleaned it because it would help speed up the extraction of minerals, you were told immediately. That's your testimony, right?
I'll phrase the other way, that if there were trucks that were carrying out unwashed minerals into the plant and get the production washing process from the plant, which is industrial rather than the artisanal, I would have known it, because I was really interested to see that plant coming into my report, that the plant has started giving out the minerals. It would have come to my attention on that same day.
So it's now your statement that what you meant to be referring to was only one operation of the plant, which is loading the maximum amount from a truck at the top and having it run through the entire plant all the way to the bottom. That's all you meant to refer to in this statement. Is that your explanation?
No, I'm referring to have the plant to be operational rather than having small tests or some miner coming to wash the minerals at root zero plant. I'm referring to have the plant being fully operational and have the whole chain producing what was supposed to be coming from it, which means easy the artisanal work of the miners.
Right. So if the plant was being operated quite often in parts, some miners would come up and use the crusher to help them with their load. And some other miners would use the sifter to extract things from their load. You're not saying that didn't happen. You just say it doesn't count, right?
It was not, the plant was tested, but never went to the full commissioning. That's will be the exact word.
And I want to be clear that you're agreeing.
Yes.
The parts of the plant, such as the washing station or the crusher, could have been used and was used by miners from time to time throughout. And you're not actually saying that aspect of the plant wasn't operating regularly. You're just not talking about it, right?
I'm not talking about the side jobs. I'm talking about the industrial part of the plant. They might at the place where the plant is situated, you might find a miner has preferred not to do his things in the forest because he's staying near the plant, and they will just come and do the things there. The production from those small jobs will not be accounted as from the production of the plant.
In your view?
Yes.
Correct?
Sorry?
And if I could ask the supplemental witness statement be brought up, paragraph 9. There you go. This is, if you could take a look at this paragraph in your next witness statement, you can see that you're referring to activity at the Bicicero concession.
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention to the fact that you're talking about through the end of 2010, and then a little bit forward as you go down the paragraph. You see the time periods in the concession referenced.
Yes, I recall everything, and I confirm those.
Throughout 2010, NRD, you say, had nothing to do with the Cicero, right?
To my knowledge, nothing.
Okay. So this statement, if one were to read it, to be true, would have to be given by someone who, on a daily basis, was at the Bicicero concession and observing absolutely no miner doing any mining activity there each and every day, for that statement to be true, correct?
That statement is true to the testimony we got when we started visiting the mines, especially the information from the Slovak team, which was building the clinic, that I spent a lot of time with them in Bayview House in Nyamishaba. They were telling me that absolutely there was no activity in Bicicero because they are only busy with the clinic.
You will acknowledge that you didn't say in your witness statement, some other people I talked to told me that nobody else, no other miner anywhere near Bicicero ever did anything through the end of the year, 2010. Instead, you say, definitively, you know that there was absolutely no mining by any person at the Bicicero concession through that time period, don't you?
if there was minerals and miners, it would have been part of the things we could have found on site in March 2011, and we found absolutely nothing. We found only closed mines. So my affirmation is that it's impossible to have mining activity in 2010 and find that you had no minerals on site, you had no staff, you had no operating mines because they were all full of mudslided. They were all closed for a long time. We had to do the bush clearing to get to this fast mining. I remember myself when the Bobcat went there, we had to bring a Bobcat to even get a pathway to get to the tunnel where the mines were supposed to be. It was completely estated off.
It's 12,000 acres, isn't it?
In March or April, I don't recall the exact date.
It stayed the same size. It's 12,000 acres, correct?
Pardon?
The Bicicero concession is 12,000 acres large, correct?
I don't have those technical and size data.
Can you at least agree with me that however many thousands of acres Bicicero is,
yes,
there isn't any one time you ever undertook to visit the whole thing, let alone visit the whole thing every single day?
From the time we started visiting, Bicicero was much smaller than our 5 concession in Rutsiro, GS area. I was doing, from the time before Bicicero came in, I used to do one day all the 5 mines in a remote forest. And so Bicicero was the simplest one, which I would spend the night in Kibuye with the Slovak team. And the following morning, I would just do Bicicero sites in a half day, because that's what much smaller than NRD concessions. I would not say that I will go into the mines itself, but the main point of correction of minerals, I would go there in less than half a day.
And you won't agree with me that you never covered all 12,000 acres or however many thousands of acres it is, right? You won't agree.
I did not go inside the mines, but I was doing each mine had a point where you meet the miners and get their minerals. I always did it for Bicicero as I was doing for NRD concessions.
Mr. Sindiagaya,
yes.
Is it fair for me to say that you have a tendency to exaggerate to make a point, and you feel comfortable leaving a lot of details out because you feel justified in your point, so you'll say it the way you want?
Pardon? It's the connection is cutting out.
Mr. Sindiagaya,
yes, sir?
Don't you acknowledge that you have a tendency to exaggerate when making a point?
It's not a tendency, it's, I would explain that my English is not my literally native language, and I always have to look for perfect wording.
If I could ask that C210 be brought up. Do you recall, sir, that in your witness statement, I believe it's a supplemental witness statement, find it if it's necessary because you don't recall it, but do you recall addressing Mr. Marshall's statement that there was a cooperation agreement between BVG's Bicicero concession and NRD leading up to the sale from Stark to Spalena?
I don't recall anything like this.
You don't recall the reference to a cooperation agreement?
No, no, no. I was not involved in any matter in the sale of NRD.
I apologize, but I just need to, because I didn't take accurate notes, I just need one moment, please, and I apologize for the delay, but just to find the paragraph.
Pardon?
Well, I apologize already, but I'll say again, and out of consideration for the fact that I'm holding the tribunal and opposing counsel up, I will put that question aside and move on to another question about this document. Mr. Sindiagaya, if I could ask you, FTI, if I could ask you to scroll down to the next page to see what's, well, first of all, do you see the reference to cooperation agreement on the first page, the email? It says cooperative agreement.
I'm seeing an email sent. Yes, I'm seeing the subject matter.
And then it says, please find the signed cooperative agreement in PDF format in the first line. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right, that's to orient you. I want to ask now that the second page be brought up. If you could scroll down, and I'll let you read it as much as you need, sir, but what I wanted to show you is that there's a document titled Cooperation Agreement and Mr. Eller's signature, bottom. Mr. Eller's never informed you that such an agreement was being entered between the two companies, correct?
Never.
And that's because, given your position at the company, it was something you simply had no use to know, correct?
Correct, because at the time this happened, I was having Mr. Cabrera, no, I apologize. At the time all this has been happened, I was having Mr. Chege as chief accountant and somehow finance manager. So I was not involved into big deals in November or December 2010.
Or even the fact that an agreement would be signed that would relate to expenses and operation of mining activity, correct?
That's what was surprised me, that I saw this agreement in process of this dispute. It has never come to my attention that there was a cooperation agreement.
Right. But you do agree that Mr. Ellers didn't feel you were the type of employee that would need to know information like that, given your responsibilities, right?
That will be Mr. Eras to appreciate to whom he would share the information. But I know that at the time this happened, I was still, let's say, not really a senior staff, like I would say.
If I could ask that the supplemental witness statement be brought up and paragraph 20 be focused on. Can paragraph 20 be brought up so he could read it?
Can you make
make it, okay?
Can you see?
I'm seeing it.
I'm sorry, is this the supplemental witness statement?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I'm sorry, it says page 20. And there isn't one, so I've. For the reference to Quam. Again, this is my fault, but, and I will find it shortly. We're looking for the reference to Quam. Do you recall providing in your supplemental witness statement an explanation of a dispute with Mr. Quam?
I did the supplemental witness statement, yes.
15.2. No.
Is this the section you're looking for, paragraph 24?
Yes, very grateful for that help. Apologize for, again, delaying others. If you could bring it up so that he could see it better. Do you now recall the specifics that you provided regarding a dispute with Mr. Quam?
Yes, I recall.
And because of this dispute, because the two of you became angry with each other about the things you raised.
Yes.
You disliked him, correct?
At the end of the day, when he was fired, we were, let me say, not the best friends, to just put it gentle.
Well, you didn't put it gentle to Mr. Quam, did you? Can I ask that C-183 be brought up?
Sorry?
They're bringing up another document, sir. In October 2011, when Mr. Quam was let go by the company, you were anything but gentle to Mr. Quam, correct? Those are your messages to his phone that are at the bottom of the email, correct?
Correct.
And it's accurate to call that taunting at the very least to Mr. Quam, isn't it?
Can you rephrase the question?
Because Mr. Quam did things like treat you poorly as a result of your calling him out on certain expenses because of how he talked to you in the email that we looked at the beginning. You were very happy to get him back as much as you could when you found out he was let go. Isn't that true?
Yes, at some extent, I was happy that he was out of the company before me.
But more than being quietly happy about it, it was your nature to rub it in his face as much as you could so that the sting of the event was really felt. That's what you wanted to do, right?
No.
Isn't that exactly what you're doing in these witness statements with your reference to every way possible, calling Mr. Marshall and Miss Susanna liars and wrong about everything? You're trying as hard as possible to get back at them for letting you go, for terminating you. Isn't that really what all these statements are about in your witness statements?
No, this time I'm trying to give as much as truth about what happened under my tenure in NRD, and I feel that this should not be a reference because those messages were made by. 10 years ago, I have more experience. I have more, I would say more wise wisdom than that time.
Thank you, Mr. Quam. No further questions. I'm sorry, I said Mr. Quam. I apologize for that. Mr. Cindy Agaya.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sindiagaya, you were asked some questions at the beginning of the cross-examination about emails relating to your position as senior accountant.
Yes, sir.
Can you be shown bundle R236? This is an email from you in May 2011 to Mr. Marshall, amongst others. And can we look at how you sign yourself on that email? Do you see how you've signed yourself?
Yes, that's always my style of, even up to date, that's how I'm signing my emails, professional emails, lettered emails.
And do you see the title that you give, that you refer to there, of Senior Accountant NRD Rwanda? Do you see that?
I'm seeing it.
Did Mr. Marshall ever suggest to you at any time, when, for instance, when you sent this email, that you shouldn't be giving yourself that title and it wasn't your title?
I do object to the leading.
Not at all.
Thank you, Mr. Sindigaya. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you very much for your assistance. You're free to leave.
Thank you, President.
Mr. President, we now have Mr. Ehlers.
Yes.
Mr. President, Mr. Hill, Mr. Ehlers was tested at the last break and was in the waiting room, but has just dropped off the meeting. We've reached out to him. It just happened a few minutes ago, and our system is offline. I know he has very weak internet. So we just emailed him in an attempt to figure out why he dropped off. But that just happened. He was in the waiting room as of about a couple minutes ago. I have not heard back.
Have we any other witness who's immediately available?
No, I'm afraid not, Mr. President. Mr. Ehlers is the only other witness for today.
I see.
Sorry, I may be wrong about that.
You are quite
I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm wrong about that. We have a Mr. Kagabari. Yes. I'm sorry,
Well,
we also have Mr. Kagabari. Shall I find out if he's ready, and then I'll tell you whether he can be interposed?
Yes, and there's also Mr. Sen-Guillaume. Both got very similar first names.
I'll find out.
Yes.
And they are using the same kit that Mr. Sindigaya was using. So they just need to be in the room and we can just bring them in. So.
Mr. President, may I just drop off the screen for a moment, and then I will try and find out what's going on and whether someone else can be interposed.
Certainly.
And James, I sent a wake up request to the computer through Splashtop, but I don't know if he had it plugged in earlier, so I don't think it's a power issue.
Mr. President, I understand that Mr. Kagabari is available and can be put up, if that helps. If obviously if Mr. Cowley is prepared for that.
We're prepared, but I'm going to be going dark. Mr. Harrison will come up.
Shall I bring in the witness? I can see he's available on.
Yes, please.
One moment. All right, I will go off camera, Mr. President.
Who?
Good evening, Mr. Kagubari. Can you hear me? I see you nod. If you look at your screen, you'll see a witness declaration, and I'd be grateful if you could read that. Could you raise your hand if you can hear me, Mr. Kagubari? Yes, I think you are muted because we can't hear you.
It may be a physical button on the microphone.
Good, it's on. Can I read it again?
Yes, please read it again.
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kagabari, I understand you were the former Director of Operations and Productions at Natural Resources Development, or NRD. Is that right?
That's right.
And as I understand from your witness statement, you started work there from the second half of 2013.
I believe so. Can't remember the exact date, but that's around that time.
Thank you. Now, if you wait there, Mr. Harrison, who acts on behalf of the claimants, is going to ask you some questions.
Okay. He's muted. I can't hear him.
Thank you. I apologize.
Okay.
You just said that you confirmed for Mr. Hill that you said you were a director of operations and production. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you also manage security for the mines, according to your witness statement. Is that right?
That was one of the activities under operations.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to back up a minute. What is the Virunga group of companies?
Virunga group of companies was my company, a construction company.
What type of construction does the company do?
Normal construction. I'm a civil engineer by profession.
Is it, residential buildings, houses, commercial
Everything,
structures?
Everything, buildings, roads, bridges, everything, name it.
And did you do any work for mining companies on behalf of Virunga, building roads or bridges?
No, I didn't.
Before joining NRD, did you have any mining experience?
Before?
Before.
No.
When you joined NRD, that was the first time that you were working on behalf of a mining company, is that correct?
That's right.
And according to your witness statement, and we don't need to bring it up right now, you have been the managing director of Virunga since it began in 2011. Is that correct?
That's right.
So you were the managing director of Virunga the entire time that you also worked for NRD. Is that right?
By the time I started working with NRD, it had stopped operations because of lack of contracts.
So, okay, so when did, let's be precise, when did Virunga stop operating?
I wouldn't say it stopped operating, but in the way the market works here, if there are no contracts, you can't operate. I can spend a year without a contract, but if there's a contract, I would get involved and go do the tenders, do the bidding until I get something to do. Even up to now, it's still there, but it's in operation.
And you've kept it operating with the hope of getting a new contract, right?
Yes.
When was the last time you had a contract for Virunga?
Around, I think, 2017, 2018.
And before that, before 2018, did you have any contracts? Let me rephrase that. Did you have any contracts between 2013 and 2017 or 2018?
I believe I did.
Approximately how many per year?
About 2.
And I know you told Mr. Hill you don't recall the exact date of when you joined NRD, but do you recall the month?
I believe it was in the second half of 2013.
So we're saying sometime, you would agree with me that maybe that's August or later in 2013? Is that fair?
I don't remember. I wouldn't be specific on a month, but I believe it must have been after July, I guess.
And do you currently work for the Directorate of Military Intelligence, which I'll abbreviate DMI?
No.
Have you ever worked for DMI?
Yes.
And when did you work for DMI?
It depends. I worked in the DMI in Uganda in 1986 to 1990. And in Rwanda, I didn't. I worked briefly with the National Security Service in 2000 to 2004.
Did you have any role with the National Security Service in 2013?
No.
And just so I understand, I want to make sure that I'm asking the right questions. Is there a Directorate of Military Intelligence in Rwanda, or is that the National Security Service?
The National Security Service it has several bodies under it. That is immigration, internal security, and external security. Military intelligence is not one of them.
And do you have an understanding that when you were working for NRD, you were helping liaise between NRD and the military?
I was doing what?
That you were acting as a liaison between NRD and the military?
No, I wasn't.
Could FTI bring up C-136? Well, I'll ask you, Mr. Kagabar, can you read that? It's a little fuzzy, the email.
I'm trying to catch you as well as you. I should be available till today. So please take to call many times. It's a bit fuzzy, but what is it about?
So FTI, could you actually make it smaller again and maybe just blow it up, but not quite as much? And then Mr. Kagabar, I'll ask you a few questions. I just want to make sure we can both read it well. So you can see at the top, it's an email from marshallattorney@yahoo.com. You understand that that's Mr. Roderick Marshall, right?
Yeah,
And then the to field is John Kagubare, looks like kagubare@gmail.com. That's you, correct?
that's right.
All right. And let's just jump down for a second to the forwarding an email and the below email. Do you recognize any of those names? There's Sour Giri and Martin. Truthfully, cannot read that on the screen.
Yes, I do. I recognize the names.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Who are those people?
These are people who were introduced to me by Rod, who were, I think, Czech and Slovak, that were looking for a market to sell their trucks and the repair of helicopters in the African countries.
And do you have an understanding as to why Mr. Marshall was introducing them to you?
Yeah, because he knew I was in the army and some of my colleagues I was with in the army were still in the army. And he thought I could contact them to see if they're interested.
And so he forwarded this email to you on December 24th, 2014, correct?
I can read it. That's the date, yes.
Okay. And so your understanding is that he was forwarding this email in order that you would provide that information to some of your contacts that remained in the Army, correct?
What is in the message? He just said he's trying to get in touch with me. Excuse me.
So if you look down at the body of the email below that he's forwarded, enclosed, you will find, and there's a link. You see that?
A link.
Enclosed, you will find, and then it says HTTPS, and there's a URL link, app.box.com.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. And it says this manual and also description of drawings, what they have on vehicles below. You see that?
This is a manual, also instruction of drawings. Yes, I can see it.
Okay. And do you have an understanding of what the subject line RM70 means or is a reference to?
Yeah, it is a truck that carries artillery. It's one of the Tatra trucks that were used, they were marketing, that carry these long-range missiles.
And so understanding what the context of this email is, when you received it, you understood that Mr. Marshall was sending it to you with the intention that you would pass it along to your contacts in the Army, correct?
He was trying to get market as a liaison. He was a businessman. He wanted to get money from all corners. So that's one of his channels where he thought he could introduce these products into the country.
And you were helping him to do that, right?
Yeah.
We can take that down, FTI, thanks. Your witness statement says that you were approached by a friend to ask whether you were interested in working for NRD. Who is the friend you're referring to?
A businessman here in Kigali who knew them before I knew them. He was a businessman in Kigali by the names of Charles.
Charles?
Yes.
Charles have a last name?
Ngarambe.
And
you want me to spell it for you?
That would be great.
Ngarambe.
You may not believe me, but I spelled it right in my notes. And what was Mr. Ngarambe's relationship to NRD that he was making this introduction?
I didn't know. He told me he had friends, an American, who was in the mining business, but he was failing. He had failed to operate his mining contracts in Rwanda, and he was pulling out. But then he said, John, can you help? I said, what do they need help with? So he said, let's go and meet them. So we went and met them, and they told me what they wanted from me.
What line of business is Mr. Ngarambe in?
He's in the transport business.
Say transport?
Transport.
And is that, commercial trucking? What does that mean?
Buses.
Buses, okay.
Town service and buses.
And we covered this just briefly before, but one of your jobs was to manage security at the mines, correct?
That's not correct. I was a director, and those who manned the security were my responsibility. Security was one of the activities under the operations department.
So you were in charge of everybody who was providing security at NRD's mines, correct? Is that your understanding of your role?
They were my responsibility, yes.
And so you wanted to ensure that when you joined NRD that there wasn't illegal mining, right?
Not necessarily illegal mining, but theft of minerals. That's why we deployed the security personnel on the entrances of the tunnels and on the stores so that no minerals were stolen.
Can we pull up paragraph 14 of Mr. Kakubari's witness statement? So sometime starting in the second half of 2013, you joined and you state, I hired a security team of over 200 personnel to patrol the mines and to put an end to the illegal miners. So
yep.
You agree that you were trying to help stop illegal mining at NRD's mines, right?
Yes.
And separately, and in addition to that, you wanted to stop the theft of minerals from NRD's mines.
Now, the way mining, these artisanal miners work, they are the same people who mine the minerals during the day. They are the ones who come and before security was there, the same people would come in the evening after everybody's gone. They either take the minerals that they left behind, or there are some minerals that they didn't want to let the management know. They mine at night. The same people, because they would be the one who spent there the whole day, then they would know which spot to go to during the night. So they were our miners during the day, and they were doing what was not with our consent in the night or in the evening. So I termed that as illegal mining because we had not authorized them to do that.
And you wanted to ensure that the minerals mined on NRD's concessions were properly tagged.
Delivered.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you.
Before they are tagged, they come from the mines. Then the security escorts them to our stores, and then we wait. But once we've accumulated enough to transport to Kigali to the buyers, that's when we go and get the tags to tag them. So they are not tagged every day. They come from the mines. They are tagged like once a week when they are ready for transport.
And in that interim period, as they're ready for transport, they're stored at NRD's facility, right?
Yep.
And part of your goal in stopping the illegal mining or the theft is to ensure that NRD is credited with those minerals and that they're tagged appropriately as NRDs, correct?
Say that again?
Part of your goal
Yeah.
in ensuring that there's no theft and no illegal mining is to have these minerals tagged properly as NRDs, correct?
No, that's not the tagging. The tagging was, it is a system of traceability by the government to be able to track the amount and type of minerals from particular mines to their destination. It was not to do with the tagging or stopping theft. That's a total different thing altogether.
Well, you would agree that if a miner is stealing a mineral that was mined on NRD's concession, it's not going to be tagged as NRDs because that miner wants to make a private sale of those minerals, right?
When the miners steal the minerals from the mines, they don't come to us. They just disappear halfway in the bushes. So we have no idea how much is going unless we've got somebody and we find them with a kilo or 2 kilos. That's we know that was theft. So there's no way we could control the thieves unless. That's how I developed an idea of putting up a security system for waiting at the entrance of the mines, waiting at the vents, which were like escape routes from the mines, and also escorting the minerals from the mines to the stores. But in that whole process, there's no tagging involved.
And I guess I do believe we're actually saying the same thing here, but just if these minerals are stolen, then there's no chance that they're going to be stored and subsequently tagged as NRDs, correct?
When they are stolen, you wouldn't know even they exist.
Okay. And sticking with the paragraph that's highlighted on the screen or blown up on the screen, you acknowledge that the team that you put in place was successful in stopping most of the stealing by artisanal miners, correct?
Not 100%, but they did to a very big extent.
And you also say here that sales increased as a result of the efforts that you took to curb illegal mining.
That's right.
And did you at the time have an understanding that this was something that the government of Rwanda had requested NRD to do to try and curb the illegal mining that was allegedly going on at NRD's concessions?
By the time I joined them, because they were personally, when I sat with them on a table to discuss their problems, they mentioned that they lost track of everything. They've got cases in court. They've got minerals that are disappearing. And I decided to, I told them I'm going to investigate why they are not getting minerals. And during my investigation, I realized the miners were taking advantage of the weak management system and the security system. In fact, there was no security. The way of monitoring who mines what and who delivers what, and that's where all the minerals were missing. So my suggestion was the only way we can curtail this is to employ security personnel, and that's the way we could only know that the minerals mined have got to the destination. So by my understanding, it was an idea I brought to them, not that the government had instructed them. They had never told me what the government had instructed them to do.
And because of the impact that the security that you put in place had, NRD was able to make more money from the sale of minerals, correct?
Yes, they did.
And so this was the second half of 2013 and going through into 2014, correct?
That's correct.
And could FTI bring up R203? I do see on the schedule that we're supposed to take I think we're supposed to take a break in 2 minutes. I was going to change topics if that's amenable.
Yes, we'll take a 10-minute break, and council ought to decide whether they can stand down one of the two witnesses who have not yet been reached. It's not realistic, is it, to think we're going to manage to deal with both of them?
I will confer with Mr. Cowley, but I do think that both of Mr. Ellers and, well, Mr. Nsingiyuma is scheduled to go today and starting again Monday, and we certainly do want to cross-examine Mr. Ellers.
All right, well then, Mr. Nsingiyuma ought to be told he can go home. Isn't that right?
Okay, that's fine.
Very well, 10-minute break.
Okay, we're going to open up the breakout rooms right now. All right. Okay, Mr. President, I'm going to go off camera. Mr. Kagabari is in the waiting room. I'll wait to bring him in.
Yes, please bring him in. Yes, please continue.
Kagabari, do you have a headphone in right now?
So yeah, I was on the phone while I was in my break.
Were you discussing your testimony on your break?
I was talking to my wife.
The answer is implicit.
I didn't need the follow-up. FTI, could you bring up R203? These are meeting minutes from September 16th, 2014. Do you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
And the attendees listed are you, Zuzana Merskovikova, Peter Martin, and the Minister of State in charge of mining. You see that?
I can see it.
And the Minister of State in charge of mining is Mr. Evo Mena, correct?
I believe by then, but no, it's no longer the Minister of State.
And so do you recall the content of this meeting?
Not really, unless I read through it.
So I really just want to talk about what's in that first paragraph, and specifically the last sentence, where it says NRD also provided the minister with NRD's bailiff's findings in NEMBA showing the extent of damage caused by benzene. You see that sentence?
NRD also provided the minister with NRD findings of NEMBA showing the extent of damage caused. I can see that sentence, yes.
And you understand that to be a reference to, let me restart that. You understand Benzingi to be a reference to Ben Benzingi?
That's right.
And you understand that the damage referred to in NEMBA was the result of damage caused when Mr. Ben Benzingi had temporary possession of the NEMBA concession, correct?
I believe I quashed their attempt to take possession of the mines. They never took possession of it.
So can we pull up C75? This is a document titled Report on Natural Resources Development Rwanda Ltd. At Nemba Mining Site. And if FTI, if you could actually go to the second page where it's, I think there's a signature. Professional Courts Bailiff Umurungi Jackie. And do you recall that she was the bailiff that did an assessment at Nemba in I believe late August of 2014?
I don't believe I met that Jackie, but the belief I only remember having any dealings was Bosco. I don't remember meeting this Jackie.
And when you say Bosco, who is Bosco?
Bosco Sengiyumva, he was a bailiff who was acting on behalf of Ben Benzinge, and he had come to claim that the Ben Benzinge had shares in the company. And I told them, as far as I'm concerned, I only know Road Marshal as the chairman and owner of the company. I didn't know Ben Benzinge. And I challenged them, and they left to go and bring proof, and they never came back.
And Mr. Kagubari, if I could just direct you to what's on the second page here, which the court bailiff, Ms. Umurungi, identified as damage to the Nemba site after Mr. Ben Benzingi's temporary possession. Is this consistent with what, let me strike that. This is consistent with what you saw for damages at the site, right?
An official at the Nemba site interviewed one of the contractor. Yeah, I've gone through it.
And that's consistent with the damages you saw when you visited the Nemba site, correct?
I recall instead because this Gabriel Kayonga mentioned here, I'm the one who employed him. And mentioning him, meaning that was during my time as the director of operations there. But I can't remember all the details of whatever is there because most of the things were not like an attack and they stole all the things. Things were missing because of the theft that I told you about. So I cannot be specific that it happened on a particular event.
And this states that the bailiff interviewed, I believe, looks like Gabriel Kayonga and Emmanuel Musabiyamana. And I apologize to him for the way I pronounced that. Those were people who were employed by you, is that right? You supervise them, correct?
Gabriel Kayonga was a supervisor, and this Musabiyamana was a subcontractor.
And so Mr. Kayonga reported to you, correct?
Yes, he did.
And so you trust that what he told the court bailiff was true and accurate based on what he was seeing at the site at Nemba, right?
I believe so.
Could FTI pull up paragraph 20 of Mr. Kagubari's witness statement? I'll just give you a moment to read that. Let me know when you have.
Yeah, I've read it.
So earlier in your witness statement, you say that you had a salary of $2,000, 2,000 US dollars a month, right?
That's right.
And so in December 2015, Ms. Mishkovakova gave you that last $2,000 monthly payment, correct?
I believe so.
And that was for work you were doing on behalf of NRD up through December 2015, correct?
I don't remember. It's late 2015, might be November, December, or October. I don't remember.
So you agree with me, though, that she was paying you for work that you were doing on behalf of NRD through October or November or December 2015, whenever that last date was.
That's right.
And these were security services and operational services that you were providing on behalf of NRD through this time period.
Basically, I almost did everything. For them, they just sat in Kigali and waited for minerals to come. Only at times when she would just come to the mines and she would push her weight around, and at times there were cases of theft. She comes and sometimes the miners would not want to mine because they didn't get their money, then she would have to come up and give reasons why money is not coming up. But most of the time, I was the one running the operations and production. So that payment was for my services, yes.
And just to clarify, part of your job was to help prevent the theft of minerals, correct?
Part of my job, yes.
I have no other questions, Mr. Kagabari. Thank you.
Mr. President, will you just give me 1 minute just to have a discussion, and then I'll come back?
Yes.
I'm grateful. Mr. Kagabari, you were asked some questions about what was said to be thefts of equipment at the Nemba site. Your understanding at the time, were there thefts? And if there were, who did you think was responsible for thefts?
Now, when by the list, when looking back at the list of the materials, during that time, I was not in charge because I believe there are times when we would be stopped by the OGML, which was the body governing the mining activities, the government body. And if for some reason, either environmental or disputes or anything, that when you're stopped, you pull out of the mines. And if I recall very well, those thefts that were mentioned there were not during my presence, and whatever was done was an assessment that was done when we were accepted to come back to the mines.
And are you able to help then? Do you know who might have been responsible? What type of people might have been responsible for them?
The locals, the people who are, because even if they stopped us, the locals who would benefit from the illegal mining, they would come overnight or during the day because there was no management. They would do whatever they need. They would take like those fence wires, they would do the mining, they would there is a big market here for scrap metal. They could have taken those rails for selling to as scrap. I wouldn't know because by that time I would not be in charge and there would not even be a single security personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Kagabari. No further questions.
Thank you very much for your assistance. You're now free to go home.
Thank you so much.
Mr. President, I think we have both Mr. Ehlers and Mr. Sengiyuma available. I think Mr. Ehlers' connection is now working, in which case we'll have Mr. Ehlers, but if it's not, we've got Mr. Sengiyuma.
Very well, let's have Mr. Ehlers, and we've got 40 minutes before we break.
Please note that due to the internet connectivity with Mr. Ehlers, we have brought him in on an iPad, so it's obviously just a little bit different than a webcam, and he needs the iPad to connect to his hearing aids. So bear with the awkwardness of the position of the camera. But Mr. Ehlers, can you please unmute yourself?
In addition, I think we need to say that.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. One moment.
In addition, because Mr. Ehlers is connecting on his iPad only, there is no 360 modality for his testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct. The camera would have just taken too much bandwidth. It has such limited bandwidth that we just need the bandwidth to connect him on his iPad.
Yes, never mind. Let's move on. Good evening, Mr. Ehlers. Do you see on your screen?
Good evening. I can see.
You don't see on your screen yet?
Yes.
Is there a witness declaration that you can see?
Yes.
Would you be kind enough to read it if you're prepared to make that declaration?
It's very small that I see. I solemnly declare.
Would you like to
honor
repeat
and
up? If you listen, you can repeat after me. I solemnly declare upon my honor. Can you repeat this?
I solemnly declare upon my honor
and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ehlers, you were, just give me 1 moment. You provided 3 witness statements, haven't you? 2, a witness statement, a supplemental witness statement, and 1 that you provided, which the tribunal should have had today.
Yes. Those are my statements.
We had one today?
Yes, there was a supplemental witness statement of Mr. Ehlers that was emailed to the tribunal during the first break today.
All right, and just to be clear for the tribunal, that's the one that we were directed to provide dealing with the cooperation.
Oh, yes, no, I've seen that. Yes, thank you, yes.
Mr. Ehlers, you were the former managing director of NRD, or Natural Resources Development Rwanda, weren't you?
That's correct.
Now, if you wait there, Mr. Cowley, who acts for the claimant, is going to ask you some questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ehlers. I would.
Good afternoon.
I would like to pick right up with the question to confirm you began in the position of managing director in June of 2010, working for Stark, or working
That's
for.
Correct.
I'll say it a little bit differently because I meant to be more coherent. Sorry. You were hired into the position of managing director of NRD by a
That's correct.
subsidiary of Stark, correct?
That's correct.
And when you served, there was a period of time where Stark's subsidiary was owned by Stark, the parent, and you were the managing director on the ground past the sale of the subsidiary that owned NRD shares to Spalena, correct?
Correct. Not very long after that, very early in the new year, I went for an IOP and Mr. Marshall terminated my services.
While you were,
when I came back to Rwanda.
While you were the managing director under Stark's ultimate ownership, there was no one from the Stark organization on the ground in Rwanda supervising your efforts, correct?
No, there was not.
When
did you hear that? You heard my reply?
I did. And if I pause, I apologize. I'll probably pause for other reasons, but I'm pausing right now because you're freezing and I can't tell if you could hear me. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm stuttering, but your picture is doing the best I can. Just to explain.
We've just got a very bad connection.
When Spalena acquired the parent company of NRD, Mr. Marshall came to Kigali and was on the ground as CEO above you at the company for that limited period of time, correct?
Look, my services were terminated as soon as I returned to Rwanda, so I never really reported to Mr. Marshall.
So you're suggesting after the Christmas break, and at the end of 2010, you didn't come back to Rwanda until March or later when you were terminated?
I can't remember the exact dates, but I know I went for an eye operation. I went to South Africa for an eye operation. I had a cataract in my one eye and that was removed.
So as you understand it today, do you agree that from the point where Spalena acquired the parent company of NRD, you and Mr. Marshall spent virtually no time in the office together because you were away for an eye operation, and when you came back, you were immediately terminated?
Yes, that is as I remember it. In the period that I was in South Africa, we might have spoken by telephone or emails. I can't remember all the details, but we did have communication.
And Mr. Marshall instructed you before you returned and were informed of your termination that you should not be returning to the country in order to work. Let me just finish the whole question. You should not be returning to the country in order to continue working for NRD, correct?
Correct.
Nevertheless, you came back to Rwanda, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you were informed of your termination, correct?
Correct.
Can I ask that C-173 be brought up? Now, I'm going to ask you preliminarily, Mr. Ellers, I want to get an understanding of, given the device you're on, what is it that you can see in terms of a document that's been brought up?
I can see the natural resources development right down to this resolution being adopted
Okay,
by unanimous written.
thank you, very descriptive. Can you see it in large enough print to actually read it?
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with that document? And I could ask FTI to.
yes, yes, I have read it before.
And if you scroll it down. Scroll down a little bit further, please. I'm sorry. Is that your signature at the very bottom, handwritten signature?
On the, yes, on the 5th of March, that is my signature.
And you understood when you were signing it that you were acknowledging being provided notice on that date that you were terminated as managing director of NRD, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
if
I may ask questions, I'm sure if there was, is there something that you need to follow up on in order to address whether or not that's your signature on that day?
No, that is my signature. It was brought to me by Mr.
Thank you.
Swan.
Thank you. I just want to make sure you didn't have anything else to say to answer my last question. I'll continue if you please.
I wonder if the witness could just finish the answer he was given rather than being cut off.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Is that a question for me?
You wish to add something, please do so.
Oh, what I wanted to say, this letter was brought to me and Mr. Kwam told me to sign it because there was still monies owing to me, and I signed it. He said, nothing can proceed if I don't sign it. So I signed it or in the hope of getting my severance package.
Now, you say that you had a position at the time that the company owed you a specific amount of money for services already, correct?
Yes.
You say that in your witness statement, correct?
Yes.
And now you just described being told that if you sign it, you'll get severance, an amount for leaving.
Well, maybe I'm not using the right terminology. If I sign it, I will get the money that was owing to me.
Now, you'll agree, sir, that of all the documents attached to and referenced in your 3 witness statements, you don't attach any document in which a statement that the company owes you money as for services already provided as of March 5, 2011 has been provided to this tribunal, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I put in there, but I think in my statement I did say that there was monies owing to me.
I
can't remember
that.
exactly.
I asked a poor question. If you thought that I meant you didn't say it in a statement. Let me ask it differently. Do you recall when you signed various witness statements that there were exhibits, other documents from the company or somewhere else that you referenced in your statement, but there were otherwise existing documents? Yes. And you'll agree that.
Yes, I recall.
You'll agree that while your witness statement says that you signed this thinking that it's because they had to pay you money and that's why you signed it, that you did not actually provide a copy of any documentation between you and the company or you and anyone else in which a claim as of March 2011 had been documented that money was owed to you, correct?
That's right.
And nevertheless, when you signed that statement
acknowledging termination. Well, let me do something different. I apologize. I'll withdraw that question as I started. I'll return to it in a moment. But if we could scroll back up. Can we confirm that you read the statement that is there before signing it?
Yes,
And you'll agree that when you read it, you recognized that the statement itself doesn't say, and the company acknowledges that it owes you money currently and will pay it, correct?
that's correct.
As of March 4th, the day before you signed this, you believed you were, excuse me, poorly worded. You start over. As of March 4th, 2011, you were the managing director of NRD, correct?
Yes,
And you understood and believed that despite the sale of the parent company from Spalena to, excuse me, you understood and believed that despite the sale of the parent company from Stark to Spalena, your position didn't change on the day of the sale. You remained in the same position with the same responsibilities, correct?
correct.
And you understood as part of your position throughout as managing director, you had a company-owned laptop, correct?
Just please repeat that. You broke up.
The entire time you served as managing director for NRD, you had a company-owned laptop, correct?
That's correct.
And you used that to do company business as managing director, correct?
That's correct.
And I don't want to be pedantic and ask in any detail, but can we agree that as managing director, you had the ultimate responsibility for the day-to-day operations below chairman, below the highest authority for the company? You had all the other responsibilities, and everybody else in the company ultimately reported to you first, correct?
That's correct.
And as a result of that, a lot of confidential company information, employee information, other things that you would have to come across to carry out those responsibilities, you had access to on your laptop, correct?
That's right.
And so you knew when you were holding on to the laptop after March 5, 2011, you had a lot of very confidential, important internal company information, and you were keeping it for a period of time, correct?
Yes. What did you I didn't hear that last sentence.
Certainly, I'll ask it again. You understood after March 5, 2011, having signed this document, that you were going to hold that laptop with all the confidential information and company information it may have had on it as of that day. You were going to hold that for some period of time, correct?
That's correct.
And what you say in your witness statement is you were going to hold it until the company made good on paying you an amount you said was owed, correct?
No, I didn't specify an amount, but I was waiting for my.
I'm sorry you did freeze there. I don't know if I'm the only one who didn't hear your answer, but I assume everybody didn't. So I'm going to ask you to repeat that last answer.
Please just do the question again.
Okay. When you maintained the laptop, when you continued to hold it, you thought you were going to hold it for a period of time to see if you were paid some money by the company that you thought you were expecting, correct?
That's correct.
But will you agree with me, sir, that at no point did you ever document before or after that day, here's the money I am owed, so it has to be paid before you get the company laptop back?
That's right. I didn't submit any documentation. I merely told Mr. Kwam, I will return your computers and stuff once I've been paid.
and you didn't specify a figure.
I didn't specify an amount. But I was on a, you know, I was on a contract. So if it was so much per month or so much per week or per day, I'd never submitted an invoice to NRD.
And you'll agree that because you were holding on to the company records, including access to whatever payroll or employee information was on your laptop as the managing director, you'll agree that documentation that you had also didn't include some line item somewhere that specified an amount owed to you.
No, I didn't. I can't remember exactly, but I do not think there was payroll information on the computer. That was kept by the accounts department.
Okay, if I could draw your attention back to the body of the body of the text that starts whereas. The purports to state that the company is taking some action on behalf as a result of this document, and it stated.
Can you just excuse me, please, just for a minute. My little dog has entered the room. Let me get him out of here. Okay, please.
Yes, you're not allowed to have dogs in the room.
Thank you, I'm back. Okay. Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
We were talking about that paragraph whereas.
Right. And you'll see the references there that in setting up why the company is taking the specific action identified below, it's because according to the company, your return could cause great harm to the company and otherwise acted in breach of trust. Do you see that?
I see that.
And we could all see that it doesn't specify, here's what we say he did or can do that constitutes those characterizations. Doesn't say it there, correct?
Yes.
But you knew at the time that this was delivered and you signed it, you knew what the reason why the company was saying it was taking this action, because it was reported to you, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Marshall, and perhaps others, let you know that what was reported to you was based on what was characterized as an investigation by people on behalf of the company. They came up with certain information that they said in the company's position met these definitions, and they communicated those to you, but they didn't put them in writing, correct?
Sorry, I'm not quite following
too much.
What you're asking there.
What was reported to you as the reasons was also explained to you that they were based on some people on behalf of the company doing what they considered to be an investigation, looked into background facts and had certain allegations, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those allegations were communicated to you orally at least one time before you signed this, right?
Yes.
But without, I don't want to dwell too much on specifically what it is, but I wanted the record to be clear that you knew and what the company was talking about, even though this document doesn't say it. So thank you for doing that. Moving past that, I'd like to focus on those allegations. And as you understood them, it's fair to say that those were very serious allegations and you understood them to be serious allegations against you. not suggesting that that meant you said, I
Oh,
agree
yes.
with them. I'm sorry, I spoke over you and I did not mean to.
Yes, I didn't agree.
Mr. Ellers, I don't know if
Sorry,
you're speaking, but you're
No,
frozen.
I didn't
You have-
agree with the allegations, but I knew that these were the allegations that must.
You're frozen. So I'm hoping and waiting that.
Can you hear me now?
The problem is, I think we're only hearing parts of it. I think
Can
it's.
you hear me?
We can hear you.
something.
Let's carry on. Your image is frozen, but your voice is not.
Hearing the allegations at that time made you very angry, didn't they?
Please repeat that. You also broke up a bit.
Sorry. Hearing the allegations that were being made as the reasons for this action made you angry, correct?
Well, they were rather unexpected. I wouldn't say I was angry. They were unexpected and out of the blue from Mr. Marshall.
And it's your testimony that they didn't anger you.
Oh, yes, I was upset, angry.
I'm going to put aside the allegations for at least for the time being, and let's say, regardless of who's right and who's wrong about those specific allegations, I'd like to focus on what we do know the company talked to you about and what was on the table, so to speak, in your limited time with the company before being terminated after Spalena bought it. So can we agree that among the responsibilities you held while serving in the role of managing director was to manage the other employees at the company?
Correct.
And as a result of the role of having all the other groups, all the other operational departments and groups within the company, all reporting ultimately to you, one way or either directly or indirectly, you understood your position to be both the internal voice and face of the company to its employees and external to the community. Didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Could I ask that C-176 be brought up, please? Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up to you with a version that I could open and read that's large enough for myself. That's that is the wrong one. Nope, my fault, not yours. I apologize. You're familiar with having seen this statement by Valerie Mapongo before, correct?
Yes, yes, I saw it.
You, in your witness statement, you address the claimant's description of how this factored into a decision to terminate you, correct?
That this factored into a decision to terminate me.
I said you addressed.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, you addressed the allegation that claimants make about the meaning of this statement already in a witness statement, correct?
Yes.
And other than taking issue with the fact that American lawyers erroneously associate the name Valerie with a female, for which we apologize to Mr. Mapongo, you, in reviewing this, did acknowledge that, in fact, you had an altercation, a physical altercation with Mr. Mapongo, correct?
That's correct.
And you admit becoming physical and striking it, correct?
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Mapongo was an employee of the company, correct?
That's correct.
Will you agree, sir, that for any company to have a managing director who has going forward responsibilities to manage all the employees and ultimately have say over all their various altercations and issues with each other, to cross the line and physically strike an employee as part of your own judgment crosses a line that can't be permitted. You can't have someone who would exercise their role, their authority, continue to be managing director once that happens. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Can I ask that C178 be brought up and C177? Now, looking first at C178, and because they're side by side, please let me know now. Are they large enough for you to read it all?
No, they're very small. Could I see 177 first?
My mistake. I should have recognized that you're on a different device. FTI, please close 177 so we can make 178, and we'll do this one at a time. So if you scroll down to the bottom, I want you to see what 178 is. It's an internal email chain. And the ultimate subject of a handful of emails was the reaction that a situation at which Mr. Pascal was at the center appeared to be growing in import to some employees, correct?
Yes, Innocent was our supervisor on NEMA.
Right, Pascal? Is that who you refer to, Innocent Pascal?
Look, I can't remember. Innocent's surname was Mponzi. And then Bernard Ndolo, he was also one of the site managers.
Okay. So take the time. Familiarize yourself with the email as much as you need to. My question is a bit more high level than the details of the individuals. You'll agree that this email chain, as it works up, is discussing an issue that at least some people thought was becoming of growing import among employees of NRD.
If I remember correctly, this was about a genocide statement or a genocide mentality, which is a very serious thing in Rwanda.
Fair enough, and I appreciate. I'm going in a little bit different direction than you, so just focus. All I'm trying to establish is: do you agree that this email chain related to something that was going on among employees of the company?
Yes.
I think you said yes. Is that correct? You froze.
Yes, I did say yes.
Okay. And then I want to focus on the last email in the chain. The email from you in which you start by saying, I've seen this over and over again. These people cannot work together. They need a white person to supervise them. Susanna, get me the shift boss who speaks English, the white shift boss who speaks English. I'm going to leave that for a moment. Then I'm going to ask that the second document that I called for before, 177, be brought up. Do you recognize this
Just
email?
expand that. Yes.
FTI, I think he
It's
needs
very,
to make.
it's very, very faint.
Is there any way,
I
FTI,
can
that you could?
No, it's a bad copy that you're starting with.
I'm attempting to pull up a clear copy. It might help a little bit, but not much.
And if not, then then give up, and I think I could speed it up by reading because it's short. FTI, should I just start? Should I just read? Oh, sorry.
No, please just read it. Sentence
that
by
better,
sentence.
sir?
No, it's still very bad.
All right, then let me try it a different way. Focus not on what you can't read, but I'm just going to tell you some details of this because I'm only trying to establish you remember it. If you say you remember it, that's all I need to know, and I could ask you another question. The email is actually dated the day after you signed the document we looked at a moment ago. You signed it. You sent this email on March 6, 2011. The subject is issues raised by Julius. It's to Rod Marshall, and it says, I faintly heard, that you said that Julius said that I was aware of all the issues that he was being accused of. I have told you many times, when you have a hearing with anyone, especially a Rwandan, get all the parties together. These people are natural born liars. That's the first sentence of the email to Rod on that day. Do you recall the email and what it was talking about?
Oh, yes, I recall it very well.
So can you agree with me, sir, that Mr. Marshall as chairman, once exposed to your viewpoint and understanding how that would impact and potentially filter into interactions with the employees of this company going forward, simply had no choice but to terminate you because he could not leave you in the position of managing the employees of NRD. Can you agree with that?
No, I can't agree with it. I can't agree with that. Mining is not an easy business, and of course tempers do fray. And I did lose my temper with Valerie. And what I was trying to say to Mr. Marshall there is, if he has a hearing, just get all the parties present.
And I'm not quibbling with that, sir. I was focusing on something a little bit more high level. Having been exposed to your viewpoint about, the nature of people and understanding that you're talking about employees of the company, that with that viewpoint, you simply cannot be permitted to be the voice and face of NRD with its employees or with the community, that it simply could not be permitted. Can you agree with that?
Well, that was Mr. Marshall's opinion, not mine.
Isn't it accurate to say that to this day, you're still very angry at Rod Marshall?
I'm sorry, I'm angry.
Yes.
You're breaking up. I'm angry at Mr. Marshall. Is that what you're saying? Am I
I'm
still
saying-
angry at Mr.
That is what he is saying, yes.
No. I'm not angry with him. I stayed on in Rwanda for quite a few years after this. I'm not angry with him. I just, it's no concern of mine.
Isn't it accurate to say that from the time you were fired, you immediately focused on how to get Rod Marshall back for his view, how he treated you, and terminating you?
No, I think,
Right.
no, I don't agree with that. I think I would say that you're referring to the license application I put in for NEMBA.
Mr. President, I am going to move on to a different topic. It is right at the time. I want to recognize that.
Yes, could you just assist me, because I've had some difficulty in following the relevance of this, unless all this cross-examination has been what we lawyers call cross-examination as to credit. Is that what it's been?
Exactly.
I see. Very well. We'll now break until tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, Mr. Ellis, but we'll have to request you to come back tomorrow if you can do so.
Mr.
Sure.
President?
Sure.
And in the meanwhile, it's one of our rules that you mustn't talk about the case over the adjournment. I'm sure that won't cause you any distress.
No, I haven't spoken to anybody in Rwanda about this case. In fact, I can't remember having contacted anyone. And what I want to say one thing before we go off of this subject.
Yes.
Mr. Valerie Mpongu contacted me about 5-6 months ago, wanting to know if he said he was now in the DRC and could I buy any minerals from him. So it's not as if, from this, we're certainly not, I don't think if he hated me, he would have approached me to buy minerals. So I didn't have a chance to say that. But anyway, we can carry on talking tomorrow.
Very well. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Right, we shall adjourn until tomorrow. Not tomorrow, till Monday. Was going to be tomorrow, but it's not going to be tomorrow.
Hard stopping there. Only because I have to write an history.